Members, the time is now 2 minutes past 10, so let's get started. I think we're still waiting for a couple of people, but hopefully they will be able to join us shortly. I would like to begin by welcoming those members of the public and the press who have joined us today, either in person or via online, live stream to this meeting of the Highways and Transport Committee at New Shire Hall in Alconbury. The council allows filming and photography at its public meetings, so please feel free to take pictures and post to social media during the meeting. Can I also that everyone turns their phone to silent or vibrate while the meeting is taking place? Nobody wants to be the one with the embarrassing ringtone. There is no fire alarm test scheduled for today, so if the alarm sounds, please leave by the nearest marked fire exit and assemble in the car park. Before I go any further, this is the last Highways and Transport Committee meeting before the County Council elections in May. So I just want to take a few seconds to say what a privilege it has been to lead this committee over the last 3 years. I want to start by saying a thank you to all of the officers that have worked tirelessly throughout this administration, helping us to really make a difference for the people of Cambridgeshire. That's those that are in the room as senior officers, but then also very much to those that we don't see in this committee meeting, those that are on the front line, on the ground doing things, all of our local highways officers, our street works officers who work tirelessly for all of us around the county. So thank you to all of them. Secondly, I want to thank everyone in this room for the part that they have taken over the last 4 years. We might not always agree on policy, and I'm sure we have had a few disagreements on policy over the years, but I do really appreciate the input that everyone has had throughout the course of this last 4 years on all the different sides. Your input has been wonderful and very much appreciated, even when we don't agree. So thank you for that. Thank you for bringing it along. And I'm so glad that we do agree on about 90% of what we do. So thank you for challenging. Thank you to everyone for everything they brought that has helped us to deliver even better services for the people of Cambridgeshire and for all of us and all the people that we represent. Thirdly, I also want to take a quick moment as well, just to say a big thank you. Over the course of the last 4 years, we have lost, very sadly, 2 members of this committee, Councillor Derek Giles and Councillor Mac Maguire. Their input to this committee over the years was phenomenal and it was so appreciated. So I do just want to take a quick moment to say a big thank you to them as well for everything that they did. And it is so sad that they are not with us at the end of this council, this time period. Okay. Yes, Councillor King.
May I just say on a personal note that I would like to thank you for the excellent job you've done chairing this committee. I think you've been very fair and you've given us all a chance to express our views. So thank you very much. And in particular, thank you for putting up with me.
Thank you, Councillor King. And good to see you here. Right. Okay, let's continue with the meeting then. Would the Democratic Services Officer please report any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Chair. There are apologies from Councillor Bird, and Councillor Goodliff is here as a sub. Councillor Gardner and Councillor Criswell is here as a sub. Councillor Goff with Councillor Wilson here as a sub. And Councillor Sanderson with Councillor Ferguson here as a sub.
Brilliant, thank you. And does any member wish to declare any disclosable pecuniary interests or non-statutory disclosable interests? Yes, Councillor Ferguson.
With regard to agenda item number 9, I am a district councillor for Little Paxton and Priory Park, which spans the bridge. And Mr. Wiley, who is listed as the chair in the papers as the chair of the Local Flood Action Group, is a personal friend and has supported me in campaigns in the past.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Anybody else? No. Okay, brilliant. Okay then, so for Pade, we are asked to approve the minutes of the previous committee held on the 21st of January 2025. Can I ask whether any member disagrees with the accuracy of these minutes? And please restrict comments to the accuracy. We'll come on to the action log in a second. But the minutes, does anybody disagree with the accuracy? No, I see no objections to minutes, so I will sign those as approved. Those minutes are approved. Neil, can you pass those down? Do officers or members have any comments on the action log? Yes, Councillor French.
Thank you. On page 2, it states the Vice Chairman met with a local member of March North and Waddlesea to be discussed CPE completed. We haven't met.
Okay, Officers, can I ask that that is updated accordingly? Yep.
Can I?
Sorry, and Neil, do you want to come?
Yes, and while we have been speaking about this with Councillor Friend, no, we haven't done it. It is an intention and a work in progress is what I could call it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comments on the action log? No. There is one slight one from me, which is minute 242, which states that a review of Mill Road Bridge will be carried out within 2 years of the close. This is 2026. I suggest we push that to 2027 once the enforcement started, and we'll conduct a review 2 years after the enforcement starts, rather than after the decision is made, in order to be able to get the most possible benefits from that. Brilliant. Does anyone else have anything else? Nope. Okay. Right, we've received 6 applications to address the committee today, with 2 of those relating to agenda item 8, which is the DTSA funding allocation, and the local cycling and walking infrastructure plan update, and 4 relating to agenda item 9, which is Mill Lane Little Paxton. These applicants will be invited to speak at the start of those meetings, those agenda items. I am going to apologise in advance that I think it might take us a little while to get a Little Paxton. So for those waiting for that one, do be aware, get yourself a coffee if you need to. It's going to take a while before we get there. The first item on the agenda, though, is the future procurement strategy, which will be presented by the Head of Commercial and Contract Management, Lisa Swannell. Lisa, are you able to come up and present the report?
Good morning, Chair and committee members. Today I'm presenting the future procurement strategy for your consideration and approval. From paragraph 2.
Lisa, sorry, can you bring the microphone a little bit closer to you? Our mics are always quite quiet these days.
Better?
Better, thank you.
I'll start again. Today I'm presenting the future procurement strategy for your consideration and approval. From paragraph 2.6 of the committee report, the Council sets out the current suite of contracts and services that the Council's highways and transport services provide. This includes a range of in-house management, design and network functions, a long-term street lighting PFI contract, a range of framework contracts for professional services and infrastructure project delivery, and a large-term service contract for highway maintenance and significant highway infrastructure. The future procurement strategy sets out how the Council will deliver and contract the wide range of services that constitute highways and transport to ensure it meets the needs of our residents and communities and delivers the Council's vision of a greener, fairer and more caring Cambridgeshire through achieving best value contracts and commercial arrangements. The procurement of these key services will include considerations regarding the delivery of wider objectives relating to net zero carbon emissions, climate change mitigation, health and well-being, and sustainable economic growth. This strategy is designed to advance many of the Council's core ambitions as set out in paragraph 1 of the report and the supporting goals set out from paragraph 3.1. This strategy is the culmination of a comprehensive review of our current service delivery model, an analysis of contract models across the industry and adopted by comparable local authorities, and a thorough assessment of strategic options available to us. It should not be viewed as a reflection on the Council's current contractors' performance, but rather an assessment of future needs relating to the services that our customers will require and the appropriate means of delivering those services. However, there is some factual information included which relates to our survey work. The strategy considers how internal resource can be best established and or deployed, and also the most appropriate outsourcing models, whether through multiple or single contracts and or through special procurement vehicles. Our analysis recommends adopting a mixed economy model for future procurement. This approach combines in-house resources with external contractors, aiming to enhance service flexibility, drive innovation and ensure cost effectiveness. Subject to the committee's approval of the procurement strategy today, The Council will initiate preliminary market engagement between March and June this year to obtain feedback from the market and provide a well-informed procurement plan which will include flexibility in relation to local government reorganisation. A detailed procurement plan will be presented to this committee for final approval in the autumn. The report recommends two recommendations. The first, to approve the procurement strategy outlined at Appendix 1, which will allow commencement of a preliminary market engagement, further work to develop a plan for the delivery of highway and transport services. And secondly, to note that a detailed procurement plan will be presented for approval at a future committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Lisa. Members, do I have any questions for Lisa or any debate? Yes, Councillor Daunton.
That's better. Thanks, Lisa. Thank you very much for the paper. Under point 6 on page 33, learning from other local authorities, I noticed that some of those, the majority actually, are in procurement and one is awarded. So it's very early days for those other contracts. So I don't know which of the one that's awarded, Suffolk County Council, what's been the feedback from Suffolk?
So far, they've had positive feedback. I think there's always some areas for improvement. The part of the next journey will be to actually go and talk to other authorities where they're 1 or 2 years down the line in terms of this form of contract as well. So we've obviously been looking at the stage we're at now in terms of procurement, but we intend to extend that local authority engagement. And I'm working with one of our other service directors to talk to possibly Hampshire and another that we can talk to understand better what they've learned and how it's working now, you know, after it's been in place for a few years.
Thank you very much, Councillor Daunton. Councillor MacDonald.
Thanks, Chair. First of all, I think it's really, looking at 6.2 in particular, it's really good to see the comparisons and the benchmarking with others. 2 questions really came out of that. One is, it's useful to understand the contract model. Of course it is, very useful. But I'm wondering in terms of the overall output, in other words, benchmarking the quality of work and the standard in each of those individual authorities. I know this isn't a reflection of quality, but I know Essex had cut their highways budget, I think, in half last year or the year before. So I'd be really interested to understand more of that. And in our consideration of the model that we go for, and I don't disagree with the mixed economy model that you've talked about, is that's kind of an input side, but in terms of the output, what is the ultimate quality of the work that we're going to be able to secure? One of our frustrations, I think, as members is work is often done, but not necessarily. So the variation in the quality of the work is absolutely enormous. And the biggest frustration probably our residents have is not necessarily just work done and work delivered, but the enormous variation in the quality of that work. So I'd really like us to see in the final consideration and the so-called mixed economy model, what that will deliver and what quality enhancements it will deliver as well. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. If I can answer that question first, how the contract is put together in terms of the specification, how we monitor and measure the contractor's performance will be key there. We're doing a lot of work on that. We want to make sure that we've got the right contracts for the right services as well. So in terms, I suppose there is a lot of work to do. We're on that sort of journey. We've got that direction of travel, but we're very open to that. You know, we've got a lot to learn still yet in how we make sure that this time round our contracts are fit for purpose. We are going to take we're going to get some additional support from various external resources to help us identify how to secure those things. And obviously we'll be taking the appropriate legal and procurement advice as well. In terms of your first question, you might need to remind me of that again, sorry.
First question is to have, we've got a benchmark in terms of the model, but not necessarily a benchmark in terms of what's delivered in Essex, Suffolk, Norfolk,
Yes.
etc.
So again, I think that's part of that next sort of journey that we're going to be on in terms of more engagement with them. But it's up to us to set that specification and standard. And you know, we are lucky that we've got a wide range of teams that can help us with that, and we're also likely to get external design support from that. So we're likely to use the standard highway guidance and ensure that it's embedded into the contract to make sure that we can enforce that and secure it. And you're absolutely right that, you know, we have had issues with quality and timeframes and things, and we need to make sure that the key performance indicators in the contract are fit for purpose so that we can hold our contractors to account.
Thank you. Frank Jordan, Executive Director, I think you wanted to add to that as well.
Yeah, thank you. So in response to the point around quality, in addition to what Lisa's outlined, clearly we do need to make sure we get the specification right, make sure as a client side we've got the monitoring arrangements in place. But I think when we go into the next stage, one of the key things is the delivery arrangements. So when we do the actual procurement, we want to get better understanding from the potential contractors how they propose to deliver works, and in particular whether they're proposing to use subcontractors. And that's a particular area that we would want to look at. And I think that's some of the things that we've learned and reflected from the current arrangements. More direct control and delivery of contractors is something which we think will improve quality. And that's in some respects why we're considering also some aspects of this being delivered directly by the council in terms of in-house delivery as well. So that's things that we'll review, but when we come to the procurement plan, that will be articulated for the committee to understand what the specification would be, but how we'll test that through the procurement process. Councillor MacDonald. Okay.
Frank Cleese as well, before I come to Alan, I was wondering whether you'd be able to talk a bit more about quality and the work that we have done on that and where we've come from, what we've learned along the way and what we can learn for that going forwards to future contracts. I know, Lisa, the contracts team has been doing a lot of work on quality. I don't know whether you're able to talk about very quickly where we've come from and where we're getting to with that and how that will apply to a new contract.
So I think as we've worked through all the various different strategic options, that's been our key focus and objective, is to look at what model will best suit and provide those guarantees for us. And I think, you know, having looked at where we're at, the model that we're proposing would certainly appear to be the best fit, allows us to explore and develop those in-house delivery capacities and capabilities, which I know is something that everyone is quite keen to explore. So we need to make sure that in our contracts, we've got that flexibility to allow us to do that. As I said, we've been through a comprehensive assessment of all of the different models that would work for us and quickly concluded that one form of contract isn't what we need. We need that sort of mixed economy model and a suite of contracts, and also to make sure that we're using the right contract to deliver the right services with the right contractor as well. So I think, you know, we've reviewed the models being delivered by other councils. That seems to be the preferred model. So we take comfort from that as well. But I think the next step, as Frank said, will be the market engagement that we do with the industry as well, to see what appetite is out there for our proposals, and how they propose to deliver those works, all the time thinking about the objectives that we've got about quality, responsiveness, best value.
Thank you, Lisa. Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. I've got three, well, I had three questions. One of them is very similar to Councillor MacDonald's in terms of review of quality. So that's been, I think, dealt with. I think that's one of the big concerns is obviously reviewing the quality of the work. Two questions then. On 2.1, do we have a rough estimate that's on net, the delivery of wider objectives, relation to net zero, climate change, etc.? Do we have a rough estimate of what that it costs, extra costs that will put on the county council? And the second question on 2.61, we talk about the asset management system coming out in spring 2025. I just wondered if we've got more up-to-date timescales on that. Thank you.
Thank you. To the best of my knowledge, we are still on target to implement the new asset management system in June 2025. I'm not sure whether that's changed. Going back to your first question, you're absolutely right that, that delivering those wider objectives does sometimes come with a cost, and we'd have to obviously find a balance between best value and obviously our net zero and climate change mitigation. If we're using products that are more sustainable, they sometimes come at a cost, but then we have to look at longevity as well. So it is quite a fine balancing act, and certainly something that we'll be looking at, but also as part of the pre-market engagement that we do with the contractors, we'll be keen to get their views on how they can help us achieve that ambition. That will be certainly something that we will want them to be working with us collaboratively on to make sure we get that vision.
Councillor Sharp, do you want to come back?
So Lisa, at this stage, we don't really have a rough estimate of what that cost is, extra cost.
No, it's certainly, as we go through the process, that will come about, but also it will be very much dependent on, as an authority, what we want to do in terms of carbon reduction. And as I said, it is a balancing act, isn't it, between obviously getting best value and also making sure we hit those targets.
Sorry to labour the point.
Councillor Sharp, one last go.
Sorry, Chair. So just obviously, yes, I understand we don't know what the costs are at the moment, but I'm just thinking in terms of budgetary control, are we saying that we obviously have got to live within or try to live within the budget? So we could have some pressures towards the end of the year of 25, 26, because obviously we've incurred extra costs because we're doing it in a different way. Or are we going to supplement the budget in some way? That's really my where I'm coming from there.
And I think, I mean, the figures that we're spending through the term service contract at the moment are set out in the committee report. And you're absolutely right, we do have to balance that. At the moment, it's understanding what that would look like in the first instance, so then we can assign a cost to it.
Frank, do you want to come in?
Just to clarify, because your specific question is around pressures for 25, 26. This is a longer term procurement strategy, so we're talking about future financial cycles. What we're outlining is what are the strategic objectives of the council that we can test through the market engagement process outlined in this paper. Clearly, we then want to build some of that into our procurement process and the procurement plan. And at that point, when we actually got a proposal that we're able to recommend to members in terms of which contract we'd actually go into, we'd be able to align that with the budget at that stage. But I think what we'd particularly be wanting to understand from the market is how much of this they can deliver just through the way they work to improve the impact on the environment without saying it's actually an additional cost. Because some of this stuff is about the way they design their services and the way that they design their programmes. And that's what we really want to test through the next stage of this process, Councillor Sharp. But this doesn't mean that initially that there'll be any pressures for the next financial year, because we're looking at this.
Thank you. And I do just want to say that while our contract currently hasn't been perfect, one of the big things that we have been doing is working towards working more environmentally friendly. And I have been very pleased to see the move from our contractors to HVO vehicles and significant other changes that have actually led to our current contract and work being delivered in a more environmentally friendly way. So I think that is really important. Next on my list, I've got Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, and hello, Lisa. Good to meet you. I haven't seen you before. I wondered if you could just very briefly say what your, say, 1 or 2 or 3 key aspirations are for what this new contract will deliver. And I'm thinking particularly of the people that we represent, the people of Cambridgeshire. So what would you, and or Frank, very happy to hear his views on this, what outcomes would you like to see in terms of improvement in the services we deliver?
No,
And I have a
thank you.
second question, Chair.
I think if I had to name 3, it would be quality, responsiveness, and best value. They're my
Yes.
3 sort of key drivers at the moment.
I think I would agree with you there. So I'm glad we're on the same page. The second question, Lisa, is about member involvement. I noticed that the future procurement plan will be coming back to the committee. If I'm fortunate enough to be re-elected and be on it, I look forward to that. But will there be other opportunities for other members to be involved, not just on this committee, but in the wider council? Thank you.
Absolutely. We already have a cross-party member engagement group, which provides a key mechanism for engagement on all of those aspects. And we intend to liaise and work closely with members all the way through this. So there'll be regular, not just when we bring it to committee, but regular catch-ups. We recently had a question and answer session for members to come along and ask their questions, and we'll take you on that journey all the way through the process. That's the intention.
And thank you very much. And again, I very much agree with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Lisa, thank you for that briefing the other day for members. I think it was very well received. It is something that we need to make sure this time around we get right and that we're all involved in, and that we learn the lessons from before. Next up, I've got Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. If I can ask Lisa, how is the Procurement Act actually going to help us with this? External audit have raised procurement as an issue for many, many years, and I'm delighted with the work that is now being done. But I am a bit concerned as to how things are going to be better, and you are actually going to get improved quality, responsiveness, and best value with the Procurement Act as it is. And going back to your comments about other local authorities, those that are in procurement presumably are following the new Procurement Act regulations. And I just wonder what lessons they are learning from that as well. Thank you.
So, as you're, I'm sure, aware, the Procurement Act only came into effect. Oh, yes, sorry. The Procurement Act only came into effect last Monday. So those that are currently in the procurement process, they are, I need to just check that, but they're obviously complying with the regulations as they're required to do so. But in terms of us, the reason we're doing the preliminary engagement event is because that's one of the requirements to engage with the industry for contracts over a certain value. In terms of the new regulations will allow us to also engage with SMEs a lot more. We've done a lot of work with procurement and our colleagues in terms of making sure that we're working within the new parameters of the legislation. And I think the new legislation actually gives us quite a good opportunity to make this better and to work with it. We're all on that transition at the moment, and there's that trepidation as to how it will affect us, and we'll keep working and looking at that closely.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wilson, did you want to follow up?
Well, just to defend the other local authorities, I hope they would say that they knew the new Procurement Act was coming, because it was first talked about 2023 or before, and therefore they are already doing some of the things which the Procurement Act requires. But I agree with you. Now that it is in place, we must make sure that we are following its requirements.
Absolutely.
And yeah, Councillor Wilson, I'm in contact with some other local authorities, and I believe they are trying to do that, just to give you some assurance. But Frank, did you want to come in and say something as well?
It was to build on what Lisa's obviously outlined. So in addition to the Procurement Act, I think what's different this time is we have brought to this committee a draft procurement strategy to be considered by members. So therefore we want to take a strategic approach and get some early engagement before we get into the detailed procurement planning. So I think the approach that we're taking as a county council is different, notwithstanding the change to the Procurement Act. And as Lisa's already outlined, would have a much higher level of member engagement at the appropriate times through this process as well. So I think there's other things that we're doing to improve the procurement process as a council, notwithstanding the Act changes.
I just want to add something there as well, say that I think when we started as an administration in procurement, we realised the council had a tendency to sleepwalk into extensions of contracts without giving it the required time to be able to really give these new procurements the required attention. And that was one of the big things with this contract, that we've started the process early. We realised it was coming to an end, and this has given us the time and space here to be able to discuss this and get ahead of it, rather than essentially sleepwalking into having to very quickly go out to procurement and get contracts in. So I really appreciate the work that Lisa and the team is doing on this early to get ahead of the game and make sure that we really do have the time to consider this properly. Next up on my list, though, I've got Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Chair. Somebody mentioned earlier about specifications for the contracts. What I would like to know is, has the specification changed for the street lighting contract? You mentioned all contracts need to be a balance of value for money, effectiveness and net zero. But I understand that we've started replacing streetlights with LED bulbs, which do not give out the same splay of light as the old bulbs. And I've had numerous residents' complaints that between lampposts, there is blind spots.
Councillor Hay, is this relevant to the future procurement?
It's about how we're procuring and the specifications we're using. Because I'm getting residents' complaints that it's a danger and that people have fallen over because it's too dark.
That's not relevant to the future procurement, obviously. And I mean, the street lighting, we probably do need to come back and talk to another point, but that was agreed unanimously by this committee. So I think we should probably leave that there.
I take your point. If we could go back at some stage and look at that.
Thank you, Councillor Hay. Yes, Councillor Coutts.
Hardly really a question, I'm afraid, and a very low-level question in a way. But I just wanted to say and echo how important this is. It's a bit dry and probably a bit unexciting, a procurement strategy, but it is absolutely vital from what we've seen. The field I come from in education, in healthcare, we've all seen the problems of ill-thought-out contracts, of perverse incentives coming in, whereby the KPIs are then not as good as they were and you don't get the results that you want. So I'd just like to say how pleased I am to see that we're thinking about this in good time, and also to say that I like the idea of the mixed economy, the idea that we need to keep more control rather than simply throwing a long-term contract and hoping that it will work well. I think this is the right approach, but it's a hard job, so thank you for it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Coutts. Councillor Shaler.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'd like to continue that theme. It's we've seen problems with the current contract arrangements, but it's not just about getting rid of that. It's about where we're going to, and I'd like to thank Lisa and a lot of other people involved. There is an enormous amount of work going on. One of the problems that we quite early identified is that we were somewhat hollowed out, and so that limits our options. So we've been strengthening our in-house capability and making sure that we're in a position where we can actually choose. And so I absolutely applaud that work. There are a lot of things here. There's community wealth building, how to use local. There's and it's a minefield. Procurement is a minefield, and so the team is working through that. Some of the problems that have been identified with lower CO2, it's not necessarily in conflict with our ability to recycle materials back into new roads. We end up with a better product, and it's better for the environment. We get less CO2, but having these ideas in mind before we go into it, it's not necessarily a cost at all. So, but anyway, I'd like to say thanks for everybody who's worked on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you are right there, Councillor Shaler. One of the most frustrating parts of coming in as an administration, I think for many of us, has been those very long-term contracts that have been signed previously that haven't given us the wiggle room to be able to adapt and adjust as things change. And I know it's not just highways that have seen this, be it waste, street lighting. There's so many areas where we have really long-term procurements where this administration has not been able to make some of the changes they would like to due to those long-term contracts. Before we go any further, Lisa, I had one slight question. The 5.2.1 in the new procurement strategy, you state the contract has not delivered the efficiencies and service levels expected or required by the council. Now, I think we would probably agree with that. And I think probably our contractors would agree that it hasn't worked for them either, and they've been trying to work on that. Are you able to talk a little bit more about the lessons we can learn from that, though, from both sides as to why it was procured in that way, what was signed, why it hasn't worked, and what we can learn for that going forwards for the new contract?
I'll do my best. I only joined Cambridgeshire in July, so obviously wasn't here when it was originally procured. But looking back and working with colleagues, I think the council started off with aspirations to deliver a certain amount of efficiencies. It's true that those targets haven't necessarily been met. And I think, responsibility rests with all parties involved there. But equally, a significant amount of efficiencies have been made as well. Unfortunately, the contract, for whatever reasons, back in 2017, is whatever reasons they wanted it to be like that at the time, I don't know, but it's not fit for purpose anymore, so we can't get the best out of it, which is why we're obviously looking at alternatives. We do have issues with subcontracting, and I think everyone is aware of the issues there. And there's a lack of contract options and the ability to invest in skills, processes, and systems. So we've already spoken about response times and quality of work, but a lot of that is very much dependent on the contract itself, and that's why we've got a lot of lessons that we can learn from that to make sure that there's a vast improvement this time round.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dupre.
Thank you, Chair. I have been a member of this authority long enough to remember 2017 and the introduction of this arrangement with what is now Milestone. And I remember the members' seminar at which we were introduced to this and were proudly told that this wasn't a traditional contract, it was something new and wonderful, and it was this fantastic relationship that would open up this new dawn of highways maintenance. And clearly it's not that. I think probably for most, if not all councillors, our post bag is more about issues of road repairs, road maintenance, road conditions, failed repairs, bodged repairs, than about pretty much anything else. And whatever was expected from this arrangement. And I confess that at the time, I thought, I don't know why this is so different and so special and why this is going to produce these fantastic results. It didn't, and I think I was right to be very sceptical that it was going to do what we were told it was going to do when it was signed. We've inherited this, and I think one of the really good things that has happened, although it's sad that it's had to happen, is the emphasis on actually chasing for our money back fundamentally when things have gone wrong. And there have been considerable sums returned by Milestone for underperformance or non-performance. And we need to move beyond that, because what residents expect, this is the basic service they see the council provide. They want to see a job done, and a job done well. And a lot of the time, that's not what they're seeing. I'm really optimistic about this process now. I think there's been some very good groundwork done. There's been some good liaison with neighbouring and other authorities to find out how they do this and how we can do it better. I'm very pleased to hear the comments from Lisa this morning and the priorities that have been set out, because I believe those are fundamentally the right priorities. And I'm really hopeful that we will set out on a new path that is going to provide us with flexibility, with quality, with value for money, and all of those things that we need to be assured of as an authority. So that's me done, I think, on this one.
Thank you. Does anybody else have anything they want to add? Okay, fine. I just want to take a couple of seconds as well to, I think it's very easy to say the contract hasn't worked and hasn't delivered for our residents, and I don't think it has. I do just want to take a couple of seconds though to say that I don't think that is all on our contractors as well. I don't think the council has been the best client, and I think we inherited a council that wasn't the best client. I know one example I remember is when we first came here, our KPI on quality was showing that less than 2% of repairs failed, and when we actually did sampling, we found that it was significantly higher than that. And it is incumbent on us as a council to be doing that work, to be checking quality and to be making sure that, as Councillor Dupre says, when work isn't done to high standards, we don't pay for it. But I also understand that our contractors do work in some really challenging environments at times. They are out there in horrible conditions at times, trying to repair our network and make it safe. And I understand that when you're doing that much work in that difficult environment, sometimes quality won't be perfect, but it is incumbent on us to be checking that and making sure that we get the right quality. It is also us that has not had a good asset management system in place. Many of you here will be aware that our asset management system is 20 years old plus. It's written in COBOL for any of the old programmers out there, which is a historically very, very dated language, doesn't allow photos to be attached to orders, which therefore makes it incredibly difficult for our contractors as well. So I do think we need a much, much better contract here, and we do need to be learning lessons, but we do need to be aware that a lot of this also comes from the council's historic decisions, and we need to be much more intelligent and much better as a client. And I'm really pleased about the work that we have been doing on that, to be able to do that, to be doing better sampling of repairs, to be doing better joined up working, to be having a new asset management system that will allow us to be tracking quality better. So I think this is incredibly important in what we are doing. And thank you for the work that you are doing in this. I really am looking forward to what the future on this brings. Sorry, Lisa, did you want to come back?
No, I was just going to say thank you.
Thank you to that. Sorry, Councillor Dupre, did you want to come back at all? As I saw Neil.
I just wanted to say one thing very quickly, which is that you were talking about the challenging conditions in which Milestone and their contractors, subcontractors work, and I really just want to put on record how shocked I have been at some of the behaviour of some members of the public, travelling public, towards people working in the highway. Not all of them, it is a few, but that few can do an awful lot of physical damage to people. And I do think that that's a very worrying trend. And I just wanted to put on record that whatever the failings systemically of the contractor, of the council as the client, it does not and should never rebound on people doing their job on the highway.
You are totally right there, Councillor Dupre, and I have been shocked to see we have had members, we have had contractors, employees injured while working for us deliberately by members of the public. And that is never acceptable and should never be acceptable. And I don't know what reason anybody has to do for that. It's utterly outrageous that people should hurt people that are out there every day in difficult conditions trying to keep us all safe. No matter what you think, that is not acceptable. It is also challenging that often our contractors are blamed for work that is not even carried out by them. We see so many utilities working on network that all have highway maintenance on the back of them, and people assume that it is our contractors or Cambridgeshire County Council doing the work, but actually so much of it is not. And we have seen so much of that work going on now with nearly double the amount of street works that are going on by private utilities, digging up our roads and often leaving a mess too. And there's a lot of work to be done on challenging that. But yeah, so I think that's really important. And I really do welcome the work going forwards on this one. And I really look forward to seeing what organisations will respond to our call for interest as well. I'm hoping that we will have a really good and broad section, and I look forward to working with those that are. And I look forward to doing some work in-house as well and being able to really put the quality control on that one. If I don't have anything else, though, we'll move to the vote on this one. So we are recommended to approve the procurement strategy as outlined in Appendix 1, which will allow commencement of preliminary market engagement and further work to develop a procurement plan for the delivery of highways and transport services. And B, note that a detailed procurement plan will be presented for approval at a future committee meeting. I don't think I've seen any issues with that. Is everyone happy for me to take that by affirmation? Everyone happy with that? Okay, take that by affirmation unanimously. Brilliant. Okay, next item on the agenda is item number 5, which is a report on the Soil Affected Roads Innovation Trial. So those are our roads that are subsiding due to peat and clay. and it will be presented by the Head of Asset Management Design Delivery, which is Josh Rutherford. Josh, I'm going to hand over to you.
Thank you, Chair. So good morning. This report updates the committee on progress made by officers following actions agreed in January 2024 and on a soil affected road innovations trial. This trial allocates £1.5 million of funding received from the Cambridge and Peterborough Combined Authority towards a trial of a number of potential long-term solutions to repairing soil affected roads, and recommends the ring fencing of £250,000 from the 2026-27 Capital Maintenance and Improvement Programme to cover project construction risks. The road identified for the trial is the B1099 Upwell Road March. The intention is to undertake design and development work throughout next financial year, 2025-26, with construction to follow in 26-27. This funding will enable the authority to innovate and give scope to look at how we might approach things differently, building on our current methodology and approach to maintaining soil affected roads. Finally, the report recommendations are to approve the progression of the innovation trial as outlined in the report and funded by the £1.5 million grant from the CPCA. Approve the allocation and ring fencing of £250,000 from the 26-27 Capital Maintenance Programme. Approve the authority entering into the grant funding agreement and delegating approval to sign the grant funding agreement to the Exec Director in consultation with the Chair and Vice Chair. Approve the progression of this trial as outlined in the report through any existing pre-approved procurement route available to the authority. Approve the B1099 Upwell Road March as the location for the trial. Delegate authority to the Exec Director, Place and Sustainability, in consultation with the Chair and Vice Chair of Highways and Transport Committee to amend the location of the trial if the B1099 proves to be unfeasible, and note progress to date regarding the issues and actions identified in January 24 report regarding the management of soil affected roads. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Josh. Members, do I have any questions? Yes, over to you, Councillor French.
Yes, thank you. I welcome the trials in Upwell Road, but to be honest, if you're talking about 26, 27, the road is not going to survive. I went down there Sunday. They started building 110 dwellings. I had a photograph sent this morning. The road is absolutely appalling. It will not last to 2027. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Councillor French. Josh, do you want to come back on that, or?
Yeah, so as part of the work that we're doing next year, which is the design and development, if we do identify patches or issues with the road which need to be repaired in advance of the trial taking place, we have funding set aside and available to do that through the Capital Maintenance and Improvement Programme, which is coming up next, or later, I should say, actually.
Thank you. And I'm quite sure you're going to have to go and do some patching.
Okay, thank you very much. Anybody else? Councillor Dupre.
Thank you. Yeah, there are many hundreds of kilometres of road that are all in dire straits. I'm very pleased indeed to see the Combined Authority stepping up with this. This is something that I raised at the Combined Authority a while ago, and in the hope that they would become part of this process and recognise the importance of this for all sorts of reasons that are within their remit. And I'm pleased to see this happening. What I was wondering, this innovation trial, we received a report a while ago to this committee, which I thought was fascinating, about the different options of styles and methods of dealing with the problems on our roads that might be suitable in different places. And I wondered what the expected learnings are from this and from this trial and how applicable they will be, and what the plan is for then applying those learnings out more widely across the dilapidating highways network.
Thank you, Councillor. So I think the report you're referring to did have a number of methodologies. They're what we use currently. Some of them are more successful than others. And I think the main benefit of this £1.5 million pounds is to start looking at other options. We have a methodology at the moment which we know works, but that doesn't mean that it's the best methodology. So that permission to kind of innovate, look at things differently, is really important and will really help us going forward. Within the report itself, there's a number of possible options that we might look at, which includes kind of lighter type aggregates, different types of grid, different types of reinforcement, etc., to address the issue longer term. With regards to the learnings, the intention is that there will be a project board that goes through this, which partners at the CBCA and Peterborough will sit on. We also have pavement working groups with neighbouring authorities as well. So the intention really is to produce case studies and monitoring over the next kind of 3 to 4 years, both visual and inspection monitoring, but also movement monitoring, so devices embedded within the road itself to look at how much roads move, etc., to then pull together into a report. I appreciate that's quite a long time frame. We're hopeful that there will be some obvious quick wins, if you like, which we can apply to the issue and roll out across soil affected roads before that 3 to 5 year kind of period has elapsed. Yes, yeah, and then it's really kind of building from there. But yes, there will be a kind of embedded post completion inspection regime in place to progress from there.
Thank you very much for that, Josh. Can I just follow up myself as well on that one, that we have soil affected roads that are peat soil affected and also soil affected roads that are clay soil affected. Obviously, they have slightly different sub-bases. Are we confident that what we learn from this will also apply to roads of different types?
Well, the short answer is we're more confident and we have processes in place for dealing with clay soils. That's something that is much more familiar kind of across the whole country. Whereas peat soils are a lot more bespoke, if you like, and unique to the area. And the issues which arise from them are a lot less predictable. So yes, yeah, in short, we're confident regarding clay. And that's why the focus is, I suppose, more on the peat soils.
Thank you, Josh. That's really useful to know. Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair. And good morning, Josh. I just wondered if you could expand a little bit on the provisional timeline set out in 3.6. 7 months, May to December 2025, seems to be an awful long time to design and develop activities, including on-site investigation, stakeholder engagement. Do you think there's any way that that can be compressed?
I think because some of the things that we're trialing we haven't done before, and they haven't necessarily been done on peat soils or the types of subsoils that we're talking about here, we've definitely erred on the side of caution to make sure that during that design and investigation phase we're doing due diligence and giving ourselves enough time to engage the market and test essentially before we do then commit to delivering anything. The other reason why the timeline is like that as well is because we want to make sure that we're actually delivering this on site in the summer, all being well. Where the weather is much better, much more predictable, you're not opening up the ground and then heavy rainfall, frost, etc. is then coming into the exposed subsoils as well. So ultimately, that's also why we're targeting summer 26, 27 for the delivery, and why we've given ourselves enough grace in that design period as well, given we are innovating here and there's not necessarily a black and white guide to how we might do it.
Josh, so from what you said, I understand that that timeline isn't just about Upwell Road, it's about other roads as well.
How do you mean? Sorry.
Upwell Road is going to be the test case. So how does this timeline fit in with what you're doing at Upwell Road, and or does it include other roads as well?
So thank you. So what we're doing at the moment with regards to repairing soil affected roads is essentially reconstructing them using the existing roads as a linear quarry and using grids as well to repair them. That's the standard approach, if you like. We've been using that for the last since 2016, so almost 10 years now, with a very large degree of success. However, what we want to get to is, instead of having a potentially a 10-year design life and then looking to surface treat a road, reseal it if it's over soil affected soils, is to look at going to a 50 or 20-year design life before we then have to go back to do any kind of remediations or whatever else. So we have a process at the moment which will continue, is successful, but we really want to kind of push ourselves. So instead of going back in 10 years, we're going back in 15 or 20, getting better value for money, being able to leave roads for longer.
Thank you very much, Josh.
Sorry, Chair.
Sorry,
Slightly confused.
Councillor King. I'm really sorry. I do often allow kind of conversationalness in this committee. Obviously, by our council rules of engagement, it's meant to be a member has one comment and then that's where you get to. I'm going to allow you to continue in this case, but please, members, do try and wrap your questions into one question rather than we've got a very long committee today with lots and lots of things. So let's try and please prevent a little bit of backwards and forwards. The officers are available if you do want to have a chat to them as well about things.
Thank you, Chair. I understand that, and I thought I had wrapped it into one question, but unfortunately, Josh's answer then posed other questions. So this is my last question, Josh. Can you just explain why, what Upwell Road is going to tell us compared to the items identified in the timeline?
So I suppose, well, I'll take a stab at answering that, and hopefully I'm right this time. With regards to Upwell Road, the intention is to trial new methodologies that we don't currently have the resource or funding to do, in addition to delivery of the capital maintenance programme. So that is fundamentally the aim of this trial, which will then hopefully feed into future design changes or whatever else to then roll out across soil affected roads county-wide. So that's fundamentally the aim.
Thank you very much, Josh. I do think it's probably worth pointing out as well that in the next paper, we have the capital programme, which outlines the scale of the challenge on the soil affected roads and just what the cost of reconstructing those is. It's currently, I believe I'm right in saying 510 million. So all of this work then allows us to inform that if we can get the funding, that we are making sure that we are delivering that work in a really good way that will last the test of time, unlike, unfortunately, at the moment where those roads are crumbling. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. In which case, this might be a bit premature and need to result in the outcome from the trial. But in section 4 on page 47, talks about the alternative options. One of them is do nothing. A second one to me might be that we have to close some of the roads to certain types of traffic, because we can't afford to do hundreds of kilometres of peat affected or clay affected roads at this time. Is that something which you are going to consider, and if case, in which case, what stage is that appropriate to consider? I don't think it needs to be as part of the trial by any means. I'm not suggesting that, but is that something that in practice we need to think about?
So I think at the moment, following the January 24 committee, one of the options which was referenced within that kind of soil affected roads management plan was around monitoring existing routes and basically reviewing whether they do need to be closed or not based on their condition. At this particular point in time, I'm unaware of any routes which have been fully closed. However, traffic lights or other traffic management has been put up on some routes because of the site-specific issues. Possibly in the future, if a route did warrant it, based on kind of a risk assessment, the funding available, and just the general condition, potentially a route might have to be closed. But at this point in time, everything's being managed on kind of a step-by-step criteria, if you like. And I'm aware of routes where traffic lights have had to be put up indefinitely to manage a situation prior to patching or something else being undertaken.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Councillor Wilson. Yes, the soil-affected roads, our subsiding roads, are a really big concern. One thing that has left me positive recently, though, is where previously I've tried to engage with MPs about this, they haven't taken it seriously. I am pleased to say that our new MPs are starting to take this seriously and realise the calls for government that are required here to be able to do this. I really hope our mayoral candidates will take this very seriously as well. This is one of the biggest concerns we have, and for my money anyway, instead of building new roads, we really need to be making sure that we get on top of these ones. Next up, though, I've got Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very brief. Thank you, Josh, for the paper, and thank you for one of my questions was around the timescale, and I understand now what you're saying about actually doing the works physically in summer 2026. So I can sort of understand that. The only real question I've got then is you're looking at the trial. I'm presuming that we're going to have a number of different solutions along this 1.5 mile of road, which would then hopefully, because there might be a solution for one road that works for one road but doesn't work for another, so you can get feedback from that. That's presumably the thinking behind it.
Yes, yeah, there's kind of probably going to be about 7 to 9 different interventions that are going to be trialled along the same length, as well as a control section as well, with monitoring equipment kind of embedded within the lower layers also to look at movement. And then there will be resultant case studies, reports, and everything else along the way, which we'll also make sure that we're sharing with members as well as partners.
Thank you, Josh. Gotta love science. Councillor Hunt.
I hope, Josh, your answer is going to be yes here. I note that we've got £1.5 million coming from the combined authority. And my question to you is, you have taken everything you do now takes into account the possible change of authority and what could be happening in 2 years' time and central government's plans for unitary authorities and things like that. You're taking that into account with the work you're doing going forward.
Yes, is the short answer there. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Shaler. Just added yourself to the list.
Sorry, thank you very much. Chair, I want to mention the fact that, as Josh said, since 2016, when we started to do the recycling of the road surfaces and using mesh, we have continued to improve that methodology, and we are actually national leaders in this. But, you know, we talk about the 500 million. If we used the normal methods that are used on other roads, we'd only get a 5-year life out of that. So we'd spend all that money and then we'd be back in the same position in 5 years' time. So it doesn't work. Our methods have increased this to 10 years. And as a scientist, I love experiments, and that's the only way to really get forward. But I really want to emphasize the fact that we are national leaders, and by this sort of experimentation, we will maintain that role, and we will be in a better position to get funding from government for our unique roads. We have a lot of these roads, and we have a lot of them in terms of the nation. These peat roads are special. It's a special region. And it is right that we lead the country on this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Shayler. Josh, can I just ask, within Cambridgeshire, we obviously have many universities, one of which I know at least has a world-leading materials centre. Are we engaging with them at all in this work as well?
We have in the past, and it's something which has been discussed, albeit at a high level at the moment with the CPCA. Once this is approved, we enter into the grant funding agreement, then essentially we'll start looking at stakeholders in a little bit more detail and basically map out how we're going to start engaging with them, both partners, but also private organisations or other public bodies.
That would be really good. I have a feeling that when we start actually really testing with proper controls and many different solutions, that's the sort of thing that university people would really love to be involved in to make sure that we are using the best possible materials. I know I've spoken to some members there before, and the things they're doing with concrete is really quite fun. I don't think I have anybody else on this one though. So, oh goodness, the recommendations of this are quite long, so I'm not going to read them all out. I'm going to take it. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry,
we're going to
Councillor
go to
Ferguson.
debate. Those are questions. We're going to go to debate. I wanted to make a comment. but it
Oh,
wasn't a
sorry,
question.
go on.
It's thank you, Chair. So just that I'm an engineer and I can understand the frustration of local members because all of our residents want solutions now for serious problems. But as an engineer, I can tell you that the only way you really get true innovation is by trying lots of things and failing lots of things. It's much better to do that on a test project than on a real repair. Any time and money that we waste here on doing the trials will be repaid 10 or 100 times over in the future. So this is one of the best things that I've seen from this council, and I think it's the sort of thing we should be doing more of. Thank you.
High praise. Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Yes, it is something we want to be doing more, using evidence, science, and data. Strange that it's, taking so long. Right, did anybody else though? Can I come to the recommendations? Okay, as I say, I'm not going to read out the recommendations because there's many, many of them. I'm going to take it that you've all read them. I don't see any dissent. Can I take it by affirmation that we all agree to them? Brilliant. That looks like it is unanimous. Brilliant. How are we doing on time? We are good. Okay, item 6 on the report is a report on the residence parking policy review. Sorry, thank you, Josh, for that. And it will be presented by Parking Policy Manager Nicola Gardner. Nicola, over to you, and if you can be close to the microphone, that would be appreciated.
Thank you, Chair. This paper looks at the revised residence parking scheme policy. Residence parking schemes in Cambridgeshire have been operational for over 40 years now. We've currently got 28 schemes across Cambridge City, Huntingdonshire and South Cambridge. This policy provides a framework for the introduction and amendment of formalised schemes, and it sets out the principles for the administration of those schemes. This initial review stage looks at the operational element, the day-to-day management and administration of permits. Stage 2 of this review will look at the permit pricing structure and explore options surrounding differential permit charging and the introduction of virtual permits. This second review stage is due to commence in summer of this year. In relation to this stage of the review, several changes have been proposed which alter the look and the feel of the policy document. Additional information has been added to existing sections and several new sections have been included to offer further clarity. These changes should have little effect on the residents' day-to-day experience. Further additions were made following a public engagement. This engagement focused on 5 key changes which would have a greater impact. This paper is seeking approval of the revised residence parking scheme policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nicola. Before I go any further, I'm going to say this is about residence parking policy. I don't want us to get into CPE today and the rollout of CPE. So if we do get into that, I'm sorry, we have a very long agenda. Let's do that at a different time. This is about residence parking policy. So if we can try and keep on topic, that would be appreciated. Do I have anybody that wants to come in though, or ask Nicola a question or make a point of debate? Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair. Could you just confirm that it is possible to extend this policy to other areas of Cambridgeshire? Because I do get an occasional query about introducing this in Wisbech, which is an area part of which I represent. Thank you.
This policy will cover all residence parking schemes delivered across the county. There may need to be regional changes added as different schemes come in, but it should in basis be the same policy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do I have anybody else? Councillor, so let's say Shayla. I think that's Shayla. Over to you.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Nicola. This is really, I want to applaud the appeals process that's built in, because quite often these kind of tick box ones, sometimes properties don't fit. And so that is really fantastic. I wanted to ask about the future pricing. Cars get bigger and heavier all the time, and not only damage our asset, but they don't fit. Is there a possibility that we will be charging more for heavier vehicles, for instance?
The second part of this review will look at the permit pricing structure, and differential charging on emissions, length, weight will be considered as part of that.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Councillor Daunton.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So this is a question on signs and lines, one of my themes, and it's 6.4 in the paper. Obviously, there will be changes to the signs and the line markings if there are changes to the scheme. Can you reassure us that the signs will be clearly legible to those with sight impairment?
Although it's not my specialist area, there is all the signs and lines. There is legislation that dictates what they should look like, their size, their text size, the size of the signs. It is all in the legislation and guidance that we're given.
Thank you. I think, Councillor Daunton, I'll let you come back. I think we're slightly in danger of going into parking policy in general rather than residents parking policy, but go ahead. Brilliant. Thank you. Next thing, Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Chair. Just echoing Councillor King's concerns, I'm glad to see we have got a policy because for many, many years, I assumed or was told that resident parking permits are only ever issued in Cambridge City and not in the rest of the district. I know there's 4 listed here in Huntingdonshire. The one in St Neots is very historical, and every time we've tried to get one implemented previously, 5 years ago we had a serious campaign of having to paint yellow lines all around one of the newer housing developments, and we were told categorically then by our county councillor that we couldn't apply for resident parking schemes. So I welcome this, but I just hope that it's going to be open to the entire county and not just Cambridge City. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicola, do you want to confirm this is for the entire county?
Yeah, so this will be the entire cap. That's where the schemes are actually introduced.
Thank you. And I'm going to be in danger of breaking my own rules saying that obviously where civil parking enforcement works as well. But let's not get into that right now. Do I have anybody else? Yes, go ahead, Councillor Hay.
Yeah. I found this very interesting to read, but I also, together with a lot of the consultees within this report, found it difficult to understand what the policy had been and what had changed. I mean, so there's about 5 pages of consultee responses here that makes that very point. So what I'm saying is, can we learn from this and in future reports, either show what's been struck out and what's been added, or do a summary at the beginning to show what the actual changes are?
Yes, it was a learning curve. So yeah, we will be I'll take that forward.
Brilliant. Do I have anybody else? Nope. Okay. I just want to say thank you for bringing this forwards as well. Nicola, I think this is really timely. I'm really glad that, as Councillor Shayla says, we have managed to get the appeals process in. I know I personally had a piece of casework a long time ago about a very silly case of somebody that the nearest parking space was in a different residence parking zone to the one that they could apply for, and that to be able to park in their actual residence parking zone required walking about half a mile further. So it was frustrating that before that we didn't have an appeals process or a way to actually do that. So I'm really glad that we're able to bring that forward. I really hope that will help people in the cases where we do have slightly strange things that have occurred, those edge cases. So that's really good. And as Councillor Sheridan says as well, I welcome a review into the charges coming forwards next and how we can make sure the policy works for people. I don't believe I've seen any dissent. Can I keep my record for today and take this by affirmation that we're all in agreement of this one? Brilliant. Perfect. Thank you very much, Nicola. That is really good. And I'm back to my comments at the start of this one. I'm so glad that we do agree on 90% of what we do here. So that is brilliant. Okay, this one, who knows whether we'll agree on or not. Item 7 is our capital maintenance and improvement program. And this will be presented by the Asset Strategy Manager, Barry Wiley. Barry, please come up and let us know about it.
Good morning. This report details the proposed capital maintenance and improvement programme for 25-26. The programme's been developed utilising the prioritisation approach that was approved at the December 2024 Highways and Transport Committee. And furthermore, some additional strategic allocations that was covered in item 2.7 of the report are proposed to address the priorities proposed by the Highways and Transport Committee in January 25. Section 3 sets out the funding amounts and the funding sources provided to deliver the £59 million programme, and Appendix 1 of the report is the outcome of the prioritisation process, indicating the schemes to be delivered in 25-26. The £59 million capital funding is also supplemented by just under £14.5 million of revenue funding, and that revenue funding is allocated to more reactive repairs such as vegetation management and potholes. The report includes how we're proposing to spend the additional DFT grant funding of just over 8 million or 8.1 million, which will result in a net additional increase of over 6.6 million assigned to structural carriageway repairs across the county. In summary, the key funding areas include £32.8 million for our carriageways county-wide, meaning about 135 kilometres of the highways network will receive capital funding in 25-26. There's around £8.2 million for footways and cycleway maintenance, including some key active travel routes over 250 locations across the county. There's £4 million for drainage and resilience, including drainage projects and cyclical work such as grit cutting and gully cleansing across the county. And £1.5 million improvements related to community street lighting, road safety and bus shelters, including doubling the current local highways improvement budget. The proposed next steps following this committee are set out in section 3.11 and will include further member engagement on the delivery of the 25-26 programme, and also further member and community engagement to support the development of the 26-27 capital programme. The committee is therefore recommended to approve the programme of highway maintenance capital schemes for 25-26, which is Appendix 1, to delegate authority to the Executive Director, Place and Sustainability in consultation with the Chair and Vice Chair of the Highways and Transport Committee to add or remove projects from the capital maintenance programme up to the total budgeted amount set out in the report for 25-26 in accordance with the authority's approved asset management policies and prioritisation methodology. To delegate authority to the Executive Director, Place and Sustainability in consultation with the Chair and Vice Chair of Highways and Transport Committee to commission the delivery of the Highways Maintenance Capital Programme through existing contracts that have been formally procured. To delegate authority to the Executive Director, Place and Sustainability in consultation with Chair and Vice Chair to procure and then award contracts and any other associated legal documents, legal agreements or documents for the delivery of the elements of the highway maintenance programme that are not delivered via existing contracts. And finally, to delegate authority to the Executive Director of Place and Sustainability in consultation with Chair and Vice Chair and the Section 151 officer to enter into grant funding agreements with Cambridge and Peterborough Combined Authority where these agreements are associated with the delivery of the highway maintenance capital programme. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barry. Firstly, before we start, I do just want to say we obviously had full council a few weeks ago where we had a number of councillors coming along asking for this money to be spent in their own areas. I'm not going to name names on that one, but I would really like to keep us away from that parochial pork barrel kind of style politics today. We all obviously had a really good meeting previously to discuss the prioritization criteria of this, and I'm sure we will want to follow up on that again. But let's try and keep the debate here today about the generics, about funding allocations, rather than about individual schemes in our own areas, even though I know so many of us are so passionate about schemes in our own areas. I would never want to stop them from being passionate. Obviously, being on the committee, we all have a unique ability to be able to comment, and we want to keep that fair. The other thing I do just want to clarify is there's some slight mistakes in this report in the numbers, not the numbers themselves, but the units on the end of them. The ones where you're reading billions, it's not indeed billions, it is millions. We have a million on the end of things. We don't have 59 billion, unfortunately, for capital maintenance. It is 59 million, just so that you're aware. I'm sure most people will have realised that, though. Right, members, do I have any questions or debate? Councillor MacDonald.
Two things, Chairs, and I would like to echo the comments about full council. There were something like 50 members who did not spend the time talking about what they wanted in their own area, but rather, as we do on this committee, which is to take the overview from the whole county and represent and support each other rather than bringing individual proposals to full council. So the two things I'm going to address here follow the same path, which is to talk about county-wide, not talk about what I want and need in my own area. So Barry, I think capitalised road patching at 2.4 million. I suspect we're going to need a lot more than that. But I do recognise the comment you made right at the start, which is about the criteria. We had a good discussion in December, and I think we did a good job collectively at identifying the criteria. And the second overall comment is, I think the 500,000 on signs and line replacement may be a bit light. I mean, one of the best things that we can do in terms of road safety is the signs and lines replacement. And this is a relatively small amount of money. So I know we have to kind of potentially rob Peter to pay Paul a little bit, but if we could maybe think about that as we go through the year. Thank you.
I thought it was going to be Councillor Daunton saying about that one. I can see her smiling and waving. Barry, did you want to come back at all on that one, on the Signs and Lines budget, Barry or Josh? I think it is an incredibly important one.
Yes, very, very important. I think it's also important to note that out of the revenue budget, there's another 350k allocated to signs and lines as well.
I think we might have this conversation continuing onwards as well, because the road safety IRAP report, if you look at the highest benefit cost ratio on those ones, a lot of them are signs and lines interventions, actually. So maybe that is something we need to revisit.
And we have allocated £250,000 from the improvement part of this programme towards road safety.
Brilliant. Thank you, Josh. Right. Next up, I have Councillor Dupre. No? Okay. I'm going to go with Dupre and then Daunton.
Sort it out. Right, okay. Yeah, three questions, if I may. First one is page 155 of the agenda pack, which is about the LHI increase, and wondering whether the 25-26 round or process, whatever the noun is, means that that is to be spent in the analysis of the schemes that have already been submitted by the deadline, or whether it is for the process that will begin in the autumn with the invitation to parishes to apply for the following year. So I'd be grateful, firstly, about clarification on the year of the LHI increase. Second one is on the following page, page 156 of the bundle and the parish transport studies. I think there has been agreement on all sides in previous debates about how beneficial it would be for us to be able as an authority to have those wider discussions and support local parishes in planning for highways and transport and connectivity in their parishes. I was slightly concerned, however, that in the statement in here that this is something that effectively what it seemed to be saying was that this is something that parishes can apply for under the LHI. process. I'm not sure that that was where I was going with that. I was rather hoping that we could be moving towards a way in which we could support individual parishes doing what they want to do in order to assess the issues in their patch. I cannot believe that I am, for once, going to be the first person to mention this at this meeting today, but I'm thinking that would be really something useful for Haddenham and the A1421. But nonetheless, I think there are, not only there, and seriously there, but also seriously in other places where we see a lot of piecemeal applications, and it would be really good to have a way of working with parishes on coherent visions. Some do that very well, others need some support. The third question, a final question, is page 176 and Sutton Galt Footbridge, which I don't know, I believe that this is something that is going to be done in 2025-26, but the sum against it is naught. I believe there is a reason for that, and I'd just be grateful for the reassurance that that will be happening.
Thank you, Councillor Dupre. I 100% agree with you on the local transport plans. So many of our parishes are incredibly engaged and really knowledgeable, but other ones do clearly need some help to be able to really do the highways engineering. Josh, do you want to answer those valid questions there?
Thank you. So the first one was the LHI budget increase, and my understanding is that that will be for the next application round, so October's.
Okay. Josh, does that then fit within our financial year then?
Yes, they'll still apply in October. We'll still have the funding's a roll forward budget anyway.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. Next, I have.
Sorry, Alex, two more responses. The second one was the parish transport studies. So yes, agree. They are very beneficial. We do have the options report through the LHI process where a parish can apply for us then to provide that information for them. The officer team, so the local improvement team, will also be available outside of the LHI process if parishes do approach them with a specific issue to then engage with them and talk through potential solutions and go from there, essentially, and advise on next steps. And finally, the Sutton Galt Footbridge, yes, there's funding next year to develop the design, and that's within the lump sum within the bridge strengthening budget.
Brilliant. Thank you, Josh, for those answers. Next, I've got Councillor Daunton then.
Thank you, Chair. I'll forbear to mention signs and lines. I'm glad to see it. I'd like a little bit more information about how much is for signs and how much is for lines, but I'll move on. I'm pleased to see under 3.8 the communication strategy with residents and communities. I think that's really important, and I hope that can be really followed through. I think that's a really good step forward. My question is on drainage and resilience. There's quite a large sum of money there for drainage and resilience. Can you give us an idea of how, just a very general idea of how that will be broken down? Because there's quite a difference between flood resilience, drainage investigative work, and the normal cyclical gully cleaning. It's just a broad definition here.
Thank you, Councillor Daunton. So within the drainage and resilience 4 million, 500,000 of that is identified for more cyclical maintenance, so rip cutting, gully cleansing, jetting, that type of work, county-wide. The other 3.5 million is then set aside for specific projects which are broken down within each district area within Appendix 1. So the design and investigation of some, but the actual construction of others. And then the Mill Lane, Little Paxton options work is also coming out of that 4 million as well.
Brilliant. Councillor Daunton, do you want to come back in?
Yes, please. Thank you. I obviously didn't read Appendix 1 in detail enough. Just to come back on the cyclical, on the gully clearance, is there a sufficient built in there for what we experienced last year, a very wet winter, and any additional work that might be needed for another very wet winter?
So the 500,000 allocated exceeds slightly what we had allocated last year for the same type of work. There is also some revenue funding, which is also ring-fenced for similar activities, which is additional revenue funding coming into the programme from the start of 25-26 as well. So we have, if you like, supplemented previous budgets.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Daunton mentioned briefly the communication strategy, but I don't think we've got a question related to that. Can I just clarify, will there be feedback to individual members and parishes about the schemes that they submitted for this long list, with an explanation as to why it didn't or did not meet the cut? And for schemes that are not listed here, I don't think that means that nothing will happen. I think it might mean that they are picked up elsewhere. So will that also be fed back as part of the information going to members and parish councils?
So on the first question, yes, that will follow on from this committee, where we will respond to the members and the parishes who submitted suggestions. Some of those might now be addressed through the approval and Appendix 1 programme for 25-26. So where that's the case, we will flag it. Where that's not the case, we have identified a reason or a number of reasons for that. With regards to the longer list that sits in the background, this is the 25-26 programme. There are longer lists which have been scored and ranked across the different asset types, which we will look to engage members on, and potentially parishes as well, post-May.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wilson, do you want to come back and ask?
Just very briefly, without wishing to allude to individual schemes, there are activities happening at the moment on places that are not listed here. Presumably that will continue and be funded from somewhere, maybe some of the generic amounts of money, not just stop. That's the implication that I'm picking up from this.
Shall I pick that up with you separately after? Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you. I do think that point, though, Josh, that you made about the new scoring matrix existing behind this, a much broader, really long list of schemes that have been scored is really important. And I do really welcome the fact that, members, if they do have concerns about individual roads in their own areas, can now see where they sit on that list. If you email Josh, so we can find out and have a really clear, transparent process. Because I think so many of us, I know personally, I had questions about my own roads, and I don't want to discuss them in this meeting, but it was really useful to be able to see where they rank and compare to others, because so often, so many of us, it's very easy to see your own ones and know how bad they are. It's harder to understand where that fits in the context of everything else and the work that we really, really need to be doing on our roads to reverse those decades of decline. Next on my list, though, I've got Councillor Hunt.
I'm pleased you, Chair. I've had my question answered and therefore I'm not going to speak.
Perfect. Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Councillor King. Councillor Hunt. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, good morning, Barry. I wondered if you could just share any thoughts you have about the prioritisation process and any ways in which it might be improved as a future learning point. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Hello. Yeah, no, absolutely. So I think we said back in December committee that this will be the first use of it in its current format, and we are looking to carry out a review to see what went well and what we can improve on and what we can develop. And that will be across a number of the different assets. I think once it was in use with some of the assets, that it was pointed out that improvements could be made. So we want to do a proper review, feedback, and look to use that for the 26-27 programme as well.
Perhaps it might be a good idea to feed something into the future agenda plan where that can be examined ahead of the new prioritisation process. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor King, and we can definitely take that away with spokes. We do have a member engagement group that's looking at it as well. It is important that we keep looking at all of these prioritisation criteria, though. You are right. Councillor Shaler.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just very briefly, I did see that billions figure, and I thought we don't have dual carriageway size budgets, and if we did it, it would all have to go to CYP anyway, wouldn't it? So anyway, I would like to talk more about potholes because I love talking about potholes. And it was great to see in this that we talk about the different sort of work. Clearly, often members of the public think that if we fill the potholes, they all go away. And of course, it's a dynamic process. You fill them, more form, you fill them, more form. And if we spent a lot more on potholes, all that would happen is we would get a bit quicker at filling them, but they would still be accelerating in numbers in a disintegrating asset. So the work that we're putting into the proactive prevent potholes before they form is the absolute key. What we need to do is get ahead of it, all of these roads that are well past their sell-by date. So we are continuing and accelerating that process, and it's very, very good to see. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Shaler. Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. Few points have been answered, so thanks for that. Got concerns like Councillor MacDonald around, I think it was Councillor MacDonald, well, it might be Councillor Daunton on signs and lines. Double act, yes. In terms of the 500,000, that seems low, knowing I think the issues we have around the county. And then drainage and resilience is another one as well, which is a lot. Where would that have been previously funded? That would have come out of the capital maintenance programme, presumably, but presumably not at this high amount. It'd have been at a lower level. Okay. Thank you. And then welcome the inclusion of the increase in the LHIs, which I know is something I've spoken about, and I think that's was needed because I think the parishes do look forward to, they see that as a way of getting something within their local areas. So I do welcome that. I've still got concerns, and I had an email with Barry about, because I can see, I'm not being parochial, but I'm using it as an example, roads within my area that are now on the 26 to 27 potential list. And I'm not sure they'll last till 26, 27. Certainly one of them. But as Barry's answer was that there would be patching and repairs done before that 26, 27 work. If that's been done, then fine. And I think it touches on communication as well, because that needs to be communicated to the parishes that this is what's happening, rather than, oh, you didn't make the list this year, you might be on it next year. If we can give them some sort of certainty, then that will help. Because I'm thinking of one particular, I'm not going to mention it, I'm thinking we all over the local Facebook group, because it is an issue. You do a slalom, when I drive along there, you do a slalom, avoiding them. And I know we've only got a finite amount of money. I'm very sad that it wasn't 59 billion, Chairman. I'm joking aside, but no, being serious. Obviously, we've got a finite amount of money, and we've got to use that the way we think best. I still have. I can't put it in, express it totally. I've still got niggling doubts about the scoring mechanism. I welcome what Barry said, that we will look at that and try to learn from that. So that at least is something which I think could be addressed. But those are my points, really. Part comments, part questions, really. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for that. You are right. I wish it was 59 billion. It is very scary to me that the number in here is that we are almost £1 billion behind, though. So it is worrying what a backlog that we have that's been developed over time. I wonder, actually, while answering those questions, though, Barry, Josh, can you talk very briefly about our preventative approach and the non-worst first approach that we often have to take, which means that sometimes it does appear counterproductive to the general public, and they see roads that aren't necessarily as bad as other roads being repaired. But obviously, can you explain why that is a bit and give some background for people at home?
Yeah, thank you. And I think that goes to what Councillor Staley was saying, is that potholes potholes aren't our problem. The problem is the repeater potholes, and sealing a surface to prevent the potholes from appearing is the best approach that we can take. The earlier we intervene at the time, ideally just before a pothole is going to appear, is the optimum time to carry out a surface treatment on the network, which is the thinner overlay rather than involving any excavation. And the sooner we can carry out that treatment, the less potholes that we will be getting. If we have roads that have started to pothole, then again we can repair those potholes, put a treatment over the top of it to prevent the deterioration. It would add years onto the life of a road at a very economical cost when compared to a road that's failed too far and we need to resurface or reconstruct it. And that's the basic sort of asset management preventative approach that we look to undertake. You can deliver a lot more surface treatment kilometrage or area than you can resurfacing for the same amount of money, and it's key that we continue that approach and continue to increase the area of surface treatments that we can.
Brilliant. Thank you, Barry. Are you able just to, if you know the figures off your top of your head, I had them written down from before. Surface dressing, I believe, is about £5 a square metre compared to 40 or 50 for a full resurfacing. Am I still right in those numbers?
Broadly similar, yes. There's two different types of surface treatment. There's the surface dressing, which is the traditional sort of tar and chippings, if you like, and that will be in that region. Then there's a grip fibre or a micro asphalt, which is a bit of a thicker slurry that goes down and sort of will actually fill in some potholes itself and not require the pre-patching, as much pre-patching. And that's probably nearer £10 to £12 a square metre, but still significantly cheaper than, as you say, £40 to £50 for resurfacing, and potentially a lot more for that for strengthening and reconstruction.
Brilliant. I think that really does just highlight how important it is that we get ahead of things and get into that preventative rather than having to wait until roads hit that full resurfacing need, and just how much more expensive that is. Do I have any other members wishing to make a comment or ask a question? No? Okay. From myself personally, then, I do just want to say how pleased I am about seeing the amount of money coming forward. So actually, Barry, Josh, can you confirm again? I think £59 million we've got this year, 59.3 is the largest ever. Am I right in saying that's pretty much the largest ever capital investment we've ever made?
Certainly that I can recall, yes.
So it is really great. Thank you for that. It is really great to see that this administration is able to put that level of investment in. And with Brian in the room, I do want to say very much thank you to other committees for allowing us to be able to do that, to get us back into that kind of stitch in time maintenance. I always like to think of our roads almost like a pair of trousers, in that when you have a new pair of trousers, if you get a hole in them, putting a patch on them will keep them going for a lot longer. When you have a very old pair of trousers, as soon as you patch them, they just fall apart again. And unfortunately, our wardrobe of roads has got to the point where it needs replacing, and we should have been replacing them year on year. We have got to the point now where we need an entire new wardrobe, and I am very grateful that we are able to put some extra money in this year that we will be buying more clothes, hopefully, than are wearing out, which is a very good point to be at, even though it won't fix things instantly. And the numbers there that we have of the backlog are phenomenal. I will also just say, I've said it publicly on the TV the other day, we are in peak pothole season. So for anyone that is watching at home, do be aware, we are in peak pothole season. We are working tirelessly to try and fill those, but it is the time of the year. But over the summer, I really look forward to all this extra money coming forward, which will really help to start to improve our roads and set us in the right direction. Now, members, I am slightly worried that I don't think I've seen any dissent in this one. Can I take this by affirmation again, that we all agree with the capital maintenance programme, or does anyone wish to vote any other way? No, I'm seeing nods all around. Okay, so we are, I will read this one out then. So we are asked to A, approve the program of highways maintenance capital schemes for 25-26, delegate authority to the Executive Director, place and sustainability in consultation with the Chair and Vice Chair of the Housing Transport Committee to add or remove projects to the capital maintenance program up to the total budget amount set out in the reports in 25-26 in accordance with the authority's approved asset management policies and prioritisation methodology. C, delegate authority to the Executive Director of Place and Sustainability in consultation with the Chair and Vice Chair of the Highways and Transport Committee to commission the delivery of the Highways Maintenance Capital Programme through existing contracts that have been formally procured, and D, delegate authority to the Executive Director of Place and Sustainability in consultation with the Chair and Vice Chair of the Highways and Transport Committee to procure and then award contracts and any associated legal agreements or documents for delivery of the elements of the Highways and Maintenance Capital Programme that are not delivered by the existing contracts, and finally, E, delegate authority to the Executive Director of Place and Sustainability in consultation with the Chair and Vice Chair of the Highways and Transport Committee and the Section 151 officer to enter into grant funding agreements with the Cambridgeshire Peterborough Combined Authority where these agreements are associated with the delivery of the Highways Maintenance Capital Programme. So I'm hoping I can take that by affirmation. Brilliant. Okay, item 8 is the Delivering Transport Strategy Aims Funding Allocation Plan. However, I'm aware that we should be taking a break in about 10 minutes time anyway. So I think we'll probably have slightly longer than 10 minutes for that one. So I'm going to say now, let's take a quick 10-minute break for anyone that wants to go grab a coffee. If we meet back here at 12 o'clock, then we will keep going with the rest of the agenda items. So thank you, everyone. See you at 12 o'clock. Members, I think it's time to start again. If you can all take your seats. Josh, I'm looking at you. Brilliant. Okay, so let's kick off again. So item 8 is a report on the 25-26 Delivering Transport Strategy Aims funding allocation, which also includes an update on the local cycling and walking infrastructure plan. And it will be presented by the Principal Active Travel Officer, Suzanne Rook. Suzanne, over to you.
Thank you. In October 2024, Highways and Transport Committee approved the allocation of integrated transport block funding for 2025-26. This paper seeks approval for the allocation of Delivering Transport Strategy Aims, or DTSA, part of that funding, totalling £730,000. The paper also seeks approval for the revised prioritisation scoring criteria for the Transport Proposals Database and recommends a process for adding new schemes. Finally, there's an update on the Local Cycling and Walking Infrastructure Plan, or the LCWIP, first approved in October 2022. So, DTSA funding allocation. There are a number of schemes included for delivery, with the majority of schemes moving through the design stage or feasibility and design work, which will allow schemes to be delivered in future years. The full list of proposed schemes to receive funding in 2025-26 is outlined in Table 1 of the report. Revised criteria for the Transport Proposals Database, or TPD. The TPD currently holds 838 transport proposals, including 628 active travel schemes. Some of these are prioritised as Tier 1 LCWIP routes, but the majority are Tier 2 active travel schemes with no prioritisation. New criteria are therefore needed to score and prioritise these Tier 2 schemes to enable us to fairly allocate funding when it becomes available. The new criteria align more closely with council ambitions and the objectives of the Cambridge and Peterborough Local Transport and Connectivity Plan. And the revised criteria and proposed scoring can be found in Appendices 1 and 2 of the report. The current process for adding new schemes to the TPD can be read in the report. The holding list is no longer providing a workable solution, so the aim is to simplify and shorten the process for schemes to come onto the TPD. It's proposed to dissolve the current holding list process using the TPD group to review the existing schemes and, if appropriate, add them straight to the TPD. We'll then review the overall process and bring a new proposal back to committee for approval. Finally, an update on the LCWIP. Many of the LCWIP routes are being progressed through various different funding streams. We've also run an update using the same methodology to create the original LCWIP with the updated 2021 census data, which was not available originally. Overall, there's been no significant change in routes and no requirement to change the LCWIP. And as agreed by committee in October 2023, walking routes in Littleport and Ramsey have now been added. So a full update on all those schemes is given in Appendix 3. So it's 4 recommendations for committee: to approve the proposed allocations of DTSA funding for 25-26, approve the revised prioritisation scoring criteria for the Transport Proposals Database, note the proposal that the TPD group should review the current holding list, add schemes to the database now with a fully review process brought back to committee hopefully later in 2025, and then note the update on the LCWIP.
Thank you very much for that, Susan, and good to have you here today. Now, members, before we get into debate, we do have some public questions on this issue. So to start with, I believe we have Linda Wharf, who's joining us via Zoom. Linda, are you online and can you hear us?
Good afternoon. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you very much, and good to see you again. Linda, I know you've done this before. I don't know whether you can see the traffic lights or not, but you have 3 minutes to present your question, and the traffic lights will go amber when you have 30 seconds left. But over to you.
I can't see the lights, so somebody will have to shout stop.
Okay, I'll shout at you stop when it's time to stop. But
Yeah.
over to you.
All
Thank
right,
you.
hopefully I'll be finished by then. Okay, right. 3.1, Table 1, DTSA funding allocations for 2025-26. Why are these public funds not being spent to protect the maximum users possible by including equestrians and meeting the requirements of the Rights of Way Improvement Plan local policy? Some projects even use the bridleway network in rural areas where horses would be expected and where road speeds are commonly 60 miles per hour. There are pedestrian and cycle-only improvements proposed to corridors between villages. Despite our protests, Cambridgeshire County Council's solution to this project has been to take the verges legally used by horses, tarmac the verge and evict horses into the traffic flow by use of the shared pedestrian cycle only sign. This results in fast-moving cyclists undertaking horses, contrary to the highway code, and poses a danger for all road users. The Cambridgeshire Rights of Way Improvement Plan comments that the bridleway network is fragmented, inadequate, and in need of improvement. That fragmentation leaves equestrians having to use the highways. Why are equestrians excluded from the Waterbeach to Load and access to Bosham Lock schemes when the simple solution would be a bridleway creation in these rural locations? Appendix 1, briefing note, revised prioritisation scoring criteria for the transport proposals database. This statement is at the top of the matrix. Horse riding should be considered when relevant and where a route includes or affects the public right of way. No information about who decides the relevance to equestrians or how that decision is arrived at. The whole of this document in the matrix refers to active travel. This committee has insisted equestrians are excluded from active travel. Therefore, the default is that safe off-road access projects are not relevant to equestrians. Nothing could be further from the truth. In 2023-2024, 2,470 horse riders and carriage drivers in England were admitted to hospital after being injured in transport accidents. These are NHS hospital episode stats. The presumption should be inclusion of all vulnerable road users unless there are good reasons for their exclusion. There should be a scoring uplift when projects benefit the safety and amenity of wider user groups. The BHS is the body qualified to inform on the relevance of a route for equestrians and should be consulted from project inception. 90% of horse riders in the UK are women and girls, so their exclusion impacts on equality. This committee cannot claim to be creating a greener, fairer and more caring Cambridgeshire when the most vulnerable road users are excluded from publicly funded off-road provision. Please could this committee require that 1, the 25-26 schemes are delivered to benefit all vulnerable road users and made highway code compliant. 2, protection of equestrian inclusion is put in place before approving the new scoring criteria scheme. And 3, require that the BHS and other stakeholders, e.g. the Cambridge LAF, are consulted with equal support as that given to the cycling representatives. Thank you.
Linda, thank you very much for your question, and your timing was to perfection. So thank you on that one. Stay with us for a second. I'm going to ask our other public questions to come forward first, and then I'm going to ask officers to respond, Susan to respond. So my next question is from John Morris, who I can see there. John, do you want to come forwards and present your question? And same rules apply. You have 3 minutes. You can see the traffic lights on this one, so I'm not going to interrupt you unless you go over.
Thanks, and good morning, afternoon. I did Sammy. Thanks for the opportunity to address you this afternoon. My name is John Morris, and I'm the leader of Hunt's Walking and Cycling Group. We were established in 2019 to support active, safe and sustainable travel in Huntingdonshire. And we now have more than 2,300 members on our Facebook group. We are pleased to see that the County Council has been awarded funding from Active Travel England to improve walking and wheeling routes to make it safer for pedestrians, cyclists to get around in Cambridgeshire. We are particularly pleased to see that some of this active travel funding will be used for removing barriers on walkways and cycle paths, wider footpaths and safer school routes, helping children travel to school safely away from traffic, upgrading solar lights on footways and cycle paths to create a safer experience, and easier crossings at side roads and roundabouts, ensuring safe access for pedestrians, wheelers and cyclists. In Huntingdonshire, Hunt's District Council is inviting residents to complete an active travel survey. The closing date to complete that survey is the 16th of March. This will be 1 year to the day that Mike Goff, a road safety campaigner and founder member of Hunt's Walking and Cycling Group, was killed riding his bicycle in Huntingdon. I would like to extend an open invitation to all councillors at Cambridgeshire County Council to attend a short memorial event with members of Mike's family that will be held at the Mike Goff Ghost Bike on Sunday the 16th of March at 11 AM at the Sebastopol Cannon on George Street, Huntingdon. And my short and simple question this afternoon is, what plans does Cambridgeshire County Council have to invest in active travel in Huntingdonshire in 2025-26, and how much money will be earmarked to help deliver some positive outcomes on the ground in the coming financial year?
Thank you very much, and thank you for reminding us of Mike's amazing work that he was doing, and my heart still goes out to Hazel and the rest of his family in that one. Susan, can I ask you to address each of those questions? And can I ask you to turn off your microphone for me? Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, right in the middle. Thank you. Susan, over to you.
So answering the first question, the Cambridgeshire Rights of Way Improvement Plan is approved to manage, improve and promote a public rights of way network as an integral part of the wider transport system. The Cambridgeshire Active Travel Strategy defines active travel as referring to walking, wheeling and cycling, but also other modes of travel to enable and encourage a shift away from journeys being made by private car. Sorry. The Active Travel Strategy is focused on utilitarian walking, wheeling and cycling journeys, including journeys to leisure facilities and the wider rights of way network. Implementing new and improved infrastructure for active travel purposes can overlap with existing networks of rights of way and bridleways, and therefore non-motorised users, including those walking, wheeling, cycling or horse riding as a leisure, recreational, commercial activity, are considered and protected in such cases. Many of the schemes listed in Table 1 in the report are still in the feasibility or design stage phases, with plenty of opportunity to engage with all users to contribute to the designs. Specifically, the Water to Beach to Load scheme is currently at feasibility stage, where we're assessing the viability of the route with regard to land and planning constraints, surfacing and river crossings. We welcome engagement in this scheme as we consult over the following months. Our key constraints are obtaining land and funding availability, both of which will affect the outcome and status of the proposed scheme. And one of our officers will be reaching out to discuss the project with yourselves. For all of the 2025-26 schemes, we will engage with all users at the appropriate times during the feasibility and design stages. To answer the second question, equestrians are not excluded from the prioritisation criteria. The proposed criteria have been developed to consider all road users and be able to fairly assess all schemes in the transport proposals database. They cover walking, wheeling, cycling, horse riding, public transport and road vehicles. They reflect the Council's 7 ambitions for Cambridgeshire, including those around health, independent lives and social isolation. The proposed criteria replace both the previous DTSA and LCWIP criteria with a focus towards scoring rural schemes more highly than we've been able to before. This will not only benefit residents in rural villages, but will also be beneficial to equestrians if we're able to prioritise delivering schemes outside the main towns and cities. The criteria are a mechanism for being able to prioritise schemes for feasibility funding as opportunities arise. Once schemes receive funding and they proceed through the design process, stakeholder engagement can take place to ensure routes are designed for all users. That's the answer to that question. And then answering your question. So there's been significant investment in Huntingdonshire in recent years, and there'll be continued investment in 2025-26, following additional funding being secured from Active Travel England, as you mentioned. Active Travel Fund 5 will enable us to continue and build upon the schemes that are already being developed from previous year's funding. So detailed design of Huntingdon to Alconbury Weald scheme has been completed, and phase 1 will move through to delivery in 2025-26. Preliminary design for Brampton to Huntingdon has been completed, and the agreed options will progress through to detailed design during 25-26. Through the GTSA funding, there's a new signalised crossing of St Audrey's Lane at St Ives, which should be delivered in the coming year. In partnership with Sustrans, a trial project of the Quiet Way between Grafham and Brampton will be run during 25-26. And finally, we're working closely with Huntingdonshire District Council as they look to undertake feasibility studies on a number of the LCWIP routes in Huntingdonshire in 25-26.
Thank you very much, Susan, and thanks for your question. Members, do I have any other questions for Susan or items of debate? Anybody? Okay, Laura.
Yes, I wanted to ask about this in terms of the criteria for connectivity and the importance that is or perhaps should be increased that is given to links to a transport interchange and links to other key destinations. I'd be interested in a definition of what constitutes a transport interchange, because that might help inform things a bit. But it does seem to me that many people who could be persuaded to adopt active travel methods to get to wherever they need to go will not be expecting to use their bicycle or to walk for the whole of that journey, but as a good link to a good place where they can get a train or a bus or a decent place to continue their onward journey by some other means. It is really important, and I was wondering whether you feel that we place sufficient importance on that, and what the options are that are open to us to try to prioritize that a little bit more, to encourage people into active travel for even just a part of their journey.
Yeah, it's a good question. We spent a long time debating the relative merits of each criteria. Definition of a transport interchange is a little bit subjective, but definitely railway stations, bus stations. But you would also probably include a park and ride site or along a busway if there were multiple modes coming together, enabling people to continue their journey in a sustainable way. I hope that helps. In terms of whether we felt the connectivity indicators had enough presence. One thing that isn't included in these is any kind of weighting. So it might be that depending on the funding stream we look at weighting certain criteria more, but the primary aim is to be able to assess schemes relative to each other. So if we can score all the schemes in the transport proposals database, we've then got a record of those relative to each other. And in terms of encouraging people to walk, wheel and cycle more, several of the indicators are related to health, and they do overlap and interchange with each other. So there are other indicators also encourage people to walk, wheel and cycle, and the connectivity ones are almost a factual. Does this link up to a bus station? Does this link up to an employment site? Does it link to a school?
Thank you, Susan. Councillor Dupre, do you want to come back?
Yeah, I want to come back on that because the answer about what is a transport interchange is rather what I feared, that it is something quite big, that it is not a bus stop but a bus station. It is a park and ride, whatever. All of these are very urban things. We don't have bus stations in I don't think anywhere in my division. We have bus stops. And bus stops that could be better used if people felt that they could get to them safely. And I'm not saying that, clearly there is a need to encourage people in urban areas to get around more by active travel. Nobody's disputing that, I hope. But there is also, I think, a need to try to facilitate that in rural areas. And if you're saying that the weighting is given, or not the weighting, because when they're unweighted, but that the criteria includes only links to those larger mode shift places, then I think that's a problem. And I think we might want to consider whether we might want to either rephrase that or certainly reconsider it in terms of scoring particular pieces of work to ensure that in rural areas too, where it's possible, we make walking and wheeling and cycling easier for people to get to the much smaller bus stops and places where they can then get onto their onward journey.
Thank you, Councillor Dupre. I very much agree with you. Some very good points you've made there, particularly in light of the Mayor's franchising decisions and the work going on at the combined authority, that now bringing that kind of bus ownership back into public hands, being able to expand out the catchment of those bus stops, as it were, and enable more people to be able to use those bus stops is something that we really should be looking at as a county council. It's, for me, a lot of the sustainable travel kind of mindset needs to include that interchange part and being able to use the right
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Come back and answer. My apologies. I only answered about transport interchanges rather than kind of the stuff. So one of the connectivity indicators is about linking to the active travel networks and bus stops, which is that more generally on these indicators really do have more of a rural focus than before. So the previous criteria, DTSA and LC, were very much based on commuting and journeys to work. They were not based on rural villages. So what we've really tried to do with these criteria is make them more about people and social isolation and enabling people to leave their villages. So there's indicators around living independent lives, social isolation, which is very much about people in villages who do not have an alternative to the private car. They don't currently have a public transport alternative. They don't have an active travel link out. So yeah, several of the indicators are about rural, with a rural focus, and that has been our overarching thought in revising these criteria, is to enable those rural schemes to be able to score, frankly, because previously, if it was just based on journeys to work and commuting, they weren't able to get the access funding.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. And I'm just going to remind everyone again that I'm always amazed by the census data here that shows that the highest rates of active travel in Cambridgeshire are in Cambridge, followed very closely then by Fenland. And a lot of that doesn't come down to the routes that are available in Finland. It comes down to deprivation and people not being able to afford a private motor vehicle and therefore being forced to do it. So those rural areas, and particularly rural areas around deprivation, where people aren't able to do it, is so important. Next up on my list of people to talk, though, I have Councillor Ferguson. Over to you, Councillor Ferguson.
Chair, Fenland also doesn't have many hills, which makes cycling a little bit easier, I think. So I've spent a lot of time over the last 4 years walking around Huntingdonshire, South Cambs, even Fenland, on various city walking exploits. And I think we underestimate difficulty. So Councillor Dupre mentioned connectivity, but getting from villages to villages and towns to villages, or even towns to towns, is nearly impossible. I once tried to run from Cambridge to St Neots, which is only 20 miles. You know, it's not a big distance, but it was incredibly dangerous, and I ended up having to do part of it alongside the A421, which is something I regret and could have cost me my life. So it's really difficult. Mr. Morris, who asked a question at the beginning of this, was the first person to call me when I was elected 4 years ago, and has taken me on a number of meandering walks through Huntingdonshire. On one occasion, visiting, I think, every kissing gate in Huntingdonshire. No kissing went on because he was wearing an Everton shirt, but that was so. He's worked really hard to make sure that those gates were accessible to people in wheelchairs, and and also on that walk, he had to go armed with what I will diplomatically call a large cutting device, because many of the rights of ways which you'd expect to be open were just covered by nettles. And so during my time as a county councillor, I think at least half that time we haven't had a rights of way officer. We do for Huntingdonshire now, but those routes are really important. If we don't maintain them, we'll lose them. So I support this, but when you consider we spent like £2.5 billion upgrading the A421 and the A14, and none of that was dedicated towards active travel, I think that this is a very small amount, but one that's very welcome. Thank you.
Very good points on the figures there. We forget how much these big road projects cost compared to all the other things we do. Councillor Daunton.
Thank you, Chair. So in the table on page 210, at the bottom of the table is one of the schemes in my division, which we've been working on for some time. So I'm very pleased to see it there. Just on the point of connectivity, in this case, and I suspect in other cases, the connectivity built into this scheme is connectivity to greenways, to 2 separate greenways. And we don't have any, virtually no bus service to speak of. So this connectivity is very important. But my question relates to 3.3, where you say there are several smaller schemes proposed. And that is it being here on this table, does that mean that the schemes will then progress to delivery? Is that what I should understand from the sentence in 3.3?
Yes. Yep. So subject to funding available. As far as I know, the smaller schemes referenced would be ones like the Leverington Common Crossroads project, for example. Yes.
Might I just press you on that, Josh? So it says in future years. I mean, this could be 2 years, it could be 5 years, it could be 10 years. So any indication of time frame?
In all honesty, no, because for a number of these, we're still needing to engage on the options which are currently being proposed. As we know, some things will potentially be viewed more contentiously than others, and then we'll have to work through further kind of redesigns or rescoping to then arrive at an agreeable conclusion. So given the stage of a lot of the projects in the programme at the moment, other than those which are kind of identified for delivery, those where there is still engagement to follow, preliminary design, it's difficult to say with certainty. Wherever possible, we'll look to accelerate things as quickly as we can without detrimentally impacting kind of consultation and the like.
Brilliant. Thank you for that and for those questions, Councillor Daunton. Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair. And good afternoon, Susan. Nice to meet you. I wondered if you could just answer a question that was really posed by Linda Worth. And she expressed her concern that equestrians weren't fully considered. And this is a point I have often made at this committee. And are you aware of other local authorities where equestrians are fully part of the active travel criteria?
I am not aware either way, to be honest. I don't know if anyone else has any knowledge on that.
I have been told that there are other local authorities where that is the case. And I just wondered if there was any good reason why we weren't able to do that. Are we legally prevented from doing it, in your opinion, or is it just a choice that we as a committee have made?
As I said, we're not excluding equestrians. We consider them where it's appropriate. So active travel is about utilitarian journeys. It's about enabling people to walk, wheel and cycle everyday journeys, including to then access the rights of way network. I forgot what I was going to say. But where an active travel route falls on a right of way, it falls on a bridle way, we of course we engage with the equestrians and we consider them. And if it's a route along a road for active travel, with active travel funding and for active travel purposes, we still engage with the equestrians, but the priority is for walking, wheeling, cycling. But they are considered whenever it affects a bridle way.
I think it's Susan. I think that is the problem. It's the prioritisation. Thank you.
Councillor King, I think it's also important to understand that we talk about active travel users. We also talk about non-motorised users. And the non-motorised users, where we talk about those, really does include equestrians. So in some ways, having two different terms allows us to differentiate those two things, where active travel is more concerned around commuting and essentially getting people to places. Non-motorised use is still incredibly important, but it comes with slightly different connotations where, so when we talk about cyclists that are cycling for leisure, they're more of a non-motorised user rather than an active travel user. And I think actually being able to have that delineation between what is using the network for a leisure activity type purpose compared to a commuting, getting to work, a functional activity. And I think being able to have those two different terms is actually really quite useful for us when we think about things, but they are both very important uses, obviously, of our network.
Thank you, Chair, and I hear what you say, but I think that we don't honestly account for other non-motorised users enough. Has been my long settled opinion. Thank you.
Totally take that on board. Thank you very much, Councillor King. Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the report. Just a couple of, about 3 points, really. I think it was Councillor Dupre mentioned, or in the response to her question about the scoring or in terms of hubs, transport hubs, there's no waiting for connectivity, which I think that there should be. I mean, because I think you quite rightly, Chair, there's two issues here. There's one, people active travel for work or college or school, and then there's the leisure use. I know there'll be people who fall into both groups, but obviously I think it's important to think along that. And just touching on it's and I look at the list on 3.1, and I'm pleased that there's delivery on a number of these, and obviously and one of them's in my or part of it's in my patch, so that, but that's not delivery, that's just design. In Josh Rutherford's, in his answer to the question, obviously it's around funding. We're in an issue with funding where, going back to East Cams, I chaired the bus cycle working group, which ran for about 4 years. We've now disbanded it because we've gone as far as we can take it, but we've got about 5 or 6 oven-ready projects, I call them, because we've got Sustrans to do loads of work for us. But obviously, without the funding, it's very difficult. And I know on the long list, Stuntney to Ely, again, is in East Cams. I've had a resident come to the last 2 finance and assets committees, which I chair at East Cams, asking questions about that particular route. So I'm sure around the county, we've got loads of schemes that we would like to progress, but obviously, we are where we are with funding, which we understand it's not within our gift, but it's slightly frustrating that we've got those schemes ready to roll if they could.
Totally agree, Councillor Sharp. Funding is always the challenge. It's one of those reasons why I was slightly concerned to see a certain mayoral candidate claiming he might withhold funding for us for a lot of those routes, depending on what he feels of our things. But I really do hope that our continued involvement with the combined authority, so many of our bids for these routes go via the combined authority and are essentially money passported through, like our active travel funding gets passported through. It is vital that that keeps going in order to continue all of these works, because you're right, there is a huge backlog of works in terms of improvements as well as maintenance. We have so much still to be done. Do I have anybody else? I'm looking around. No. In that case, then, thank you very much for the report, Susan. Really appreciate it. And it's really great to see so many of these schemes coming forwards and the benefits that they will bring to people and the work done in the scoring criteria. We seem to be developing a large number of scoring criteria, which as a data-led person, I'm very happy about, but we probably do need to keep an eye and look at those and make sure they're always right. But thank you for that. So the report recommends that we approve the proposed allocations of the DTSA funding for 25-26, approve the revised prioritisation scoring for the transport proposal database, and C, note the proposal that the transport database should review the current holding list and add schemes to the database now, with a full review process being presented to the Housing Transport Committee later in 2025. And D, note the update on the local cycling and walking infrastructure plan. Can I take that by affirmation again? Yes. Okay. Susan, can I ask one slight thing on that? I forgot to mention it earlier. I know you're adding things to the from the holding list to the main scheme. Can we let the councillors know in the areas where those are? Because I know some of those were really dear to a lot of people. So it would be good to let those councillors know where they've had things on the holding list that they are now being moved to the main list. Brilliant. Thank you very much. Right, we now come to Little Paxton, which I know so many of you have been waiting for very patiently at the back. So thank you very much for that. So item 9 is the report on Mill Lane, Little Paxton. It will be presented by the Head of Complex Infrastructure, Nicola Young, and the Flood Risk Manager, Hilary Tandy. We also have Catherine Pettit and Eloise Savage joining us remotely from the Environment Agency. So I'm going to hand over, first of all, to Nicola and Hilary to introduce the report.
Thank you, Chair. The report on Mill Lane, Little Paxton is presented to Highways and Transport Committee today following a motion carried by full council on the 16th of July 2024. The motion proposed to allocate 2 options appraisal study so that Mill Lane remains passable during flooding. Following the discussion at full council, an amendment to the motion was proposed and carried, which included for the approval of a virement of £250,000 from the 1.5 million that remains unallocated over the next 5 years in the medium-term financial strategy from the Digital and Change Reserve to the Bridge Maintenance Fund, and that Highways and Transport Committee be asked to assess whether an options appraisal for Mill Lane is good value for money and whether there are other capital projects which could benefit from similar work to ensure that Mill Lane and other areas remain passable during flooding. Today's paper sets out the costs and implications of carrying out this study, along with detailing measures already being undertaken and short to medium term measures that could further support flood risk and improve recovery time for the road. An allocation of £100,000 for measures to support flood risk and improve recovery times for Mill Lane, and an allocation of £150,000 on a high-level options appraisal study for 3 key flood-affected roads, Mill Lane, Little Paxton, the A1123 at Erith and the B1040 at Whittlesea, are included in the proposed Highways Maintenance Capital Programme. Members are asked to note a correction at paragraph 4.2, which should read, "It is not recommended that an options appraisal study into a new road-based intervention at Mill Lane is carried out at this time, as this does not represent good value for money." There are 3 recommendations set out in the report, and I'm joined today by Hilary Tandy, Flood Risk Manager, who is here to support with answering questions.
Thank you very much, Nicola. I'm not sure, do we have Catherine and Eloise? Were they wanting to introduce as well and make some comments? Do we have them on the line, Catherine? Catherine and Eloise, are you there?
Hello, yes, we're here.
Brilliant. Do you want to say anything about this item as an introduction, or would you rather wait for questions?
We can wait for questions, thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Okay, in that case then, we do have a number of public questions as well. So first up, we have Richard Tomlinson. Richard, do you want to come forwards?
Paxton and someone who has been actively campaigning for years for long-term solutions to the flooding at Mill Lane. Mill Lane is a vital route between Little Paxton and St Neots. When it floods, residents, businesses and emergency services suffer. Closures force long detours, wasting time, increasing costs, adding to pollution and disrupting daily life. I want to acknowledge the invaluable efforts of local volunteers, especially St Neots Flag, who have stepped in time and again. But managing flooding isn't their job, it's the responsibility of this council to provide proper long-term solutions. The report before you proposes spending £100,000 on near-term fixes, yet 80,000 that spending isn't properly identified. The only clear justified spending is 20,000 for urgent interventions, which I fully support. But new signage, one of the main proposals, was already funded with work underway before this report was published. So what's this money actually for? Meanwhile, the report suggests splitting 150,000 across 3 flood-prone sites, but I believe Mill Lane must remain the priority. The original funding was secured for a detailed study of this key route. A limited high-level review won't give us the answers we need. Officers estimated that a full options appraisal would cost £250,000. Spending just 20% of that on Little Paxton won't deliver the detailed analysis we need. This community deserves more than temporary fixes. Mill Lane has unique drainage challenges and plays a crucial role in our local economy. It needs a proper engineering solution backed by data, not a piecemeal plan. And let's be clear, without the Conservatives, we wouldn't be discussing this today. It was the Conservative motion in July that secured the £250,000 for this study. When the joint administration voted to delay it, it was pushed to November 25 until 2 more floods and a Conservative campaign forced action. Whatever this committee decides today, whether it's funding for near-term fixes, a long-term solution, or both, let's remember it's only on the table because the Conservatives fought for it. This is about more than fixing a road. It's about investing in the future of our community and making Mill Lane a reliable route for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. I'm not going to make any comments about how long this has been outstanding in previous administrations, but next up I have Councillor Malcolm Whale. Councillor Whale, would you like to come forwards? Again, Councillor Whale, you've got 3 minutes. There's the button in the middle. Over to you.
Good afternoon, Chair and councillors. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm Councillor Malcolm Wales, speaking to you on behalf of Little Paxton Parish Council. The following speech is the resolved position of the council. The increasing frequency of flooding at Mill Lane Bridge is a growing problem that affects thousands of residents in Little Paxton and St Neots. The options appraisal recommended last July represents the first step towards finding a long-term solution, and I want to outline why this is both urgent and good value for money. The closure of the bridge forces thousands of vehicles onto longer routes, increasing congestion and emissions. Based on previous traffic surveys and MVAS data, we know that at least 3,737 vehicles per day use the slip road near the co-op, with numbers rising to nearly 6,000 per day in previous traffic studies. When the bridge is closed, a simple journey to St Neots Station or the A428 becomes a 5-mile detour, adding unnecessary CO2 emissions at a time when we should be reducing our environmental footprint. This issue will only worsen if planned developments near the Great North Road and A1 move forward, adding even more pressure on the bridge. When the bridge is closed, traffic heading south must use the A1 junction, which lacks a proper acceleration lane. The junction's poor visibility and high-speed merging make it hazardous, particularly in darkness or bad weather. As an ex-police rapid response driver and driving instructor, I assure you that extra traffic here only contributes to the inevitable fatality which will happen. Drivers unaware of the Mill Lane Bridge closure, due to lack of or inappropriate signage, often reach the bridge only to find it impassable, leading to frustrated turnarounds and increased speeding along Mill Lane. This road has 2 zebra crossings which are used by school children and residents accessing St Neots, as well as boat owners accessing the lock. St Neots Flag, a group of dedicated local volunteers, has played a vital role in responding to flooding incidents. Their efforts are invaluable, but only the County Council, as the strategic authority, can take long-term strategic decisions to address flooding in a sustainable way. Relying on volunteers as the first and last line of defence is not sustainable. It is the responsibility of the Council to provide a professional, long-term solution. Moving forward with an options appraisal to determine long-term solution does not preclude short-term work to mitigate the effects of flooding right now. This is not a question of one or the other. Both must happen. We fully support a comprehensive study that not only proposes solutions, but ensures these solutions do not push flooding elsewhere.
Your time's up. Thank you very much for your intervention today. Thank you. Next, we have Robin Watt. Yes, come forward, Robin. Pick a microphone and it's the button in the middle. It should go red when it's on. Thank you very much, Robin. Over to you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Council, and good afternoon. My name's Robin. I come here purely as a resident of Little Paxton. One who, after a near miss at the aforementioned A1 junction, now prefer to take the 7-mile detour via Buckton to make the 3-mile trip to Tesco whenever our bridge floods. While I agree, and it's very obvious that a need for a long-term solution is very clear, one must consider that suitable, sustainable, and long-term impact doesn't only come from things that take a long time to implement. Council must not lose track, therefore, of the very real and immediate problems our community faces and will continue to face while any of these consultations for grant projects are considered and carried out. I was concerned that the first proposals only really addressed those kinds of things. And while it would be nice to build a literal bridge over our problems, and that would address the symptoms, we can't neglect the root cause of the flooding of the road in the first place. I was very happy, therefore, to see that the new proposals include that short-term intervention, building on the very good work of our flag, and I would really like to support it. As I understand it, this, while being short-term in execution, is not short-term in impact, and so we should have this support for this more holistic approach. On the subject, I would query officers. One, if these proposals are approved, which I sincerely hope they are, how long before we can see them implemented and hopefully completed? And secondarily, of the £150,000 proposed for an options appraisal, what is it that will be included that will mean it will take a year to complete? Finally, as we're talking about bridge maintenance, I and some other residents have observed that an increase in heavy goods traffic over the bridge recently has compromised the structural integrity of it, let's say. And I was wondering if, as part of the bridge maintenance fund and approach going forward, we could reinstate the weight limit on the bridge, ideally, and enforce it, because it would be rather unfortunate if, while we are waiting for these consultations to happen, our beloved bridge ceased being infrastructure and started being geography. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robin. Some very good points raised there. Finally, we have Tim Wiley. Tim, do you want to come up? And I should probably note, Tim leads the flood action group and is the one that is mentioned in the report with lots of the interventions here. So Tim, thank you for all the work you've been doing and thank you for coming along, and please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair, for letting me speak today. I'd first like to thank the Flood and Water team at Cambridge County Council for their cooperation relating to the flood attenuation proposals within this item, and also Councillor Ferguson, who's long supported the flag since its creation back in 2020. And in particular the work in relation to Mill Lane. I urge councillors to consider these flood attenuation proposals as a step in the right direction and a way of reducing both congestion and frustration felt locally in St Neots when the bridge closes. The flag has been monitoring the River Great Ouse and the impact it has on both the town and the surrounding infrastructure, and in particular the area adjacent to the sluice at Little Paxton Bridge. Since the flooding events of 2020. Over the last 3 years, though, each flooding event has been closely observed, both in lead up to the peak event and the recovery of the same afterwards, which has helped us build a picture of the issues, particularly at Little Paxton. Put simply, the minor interventions that we're proposing are contained within the report, are focused at reducing the recovery time of the larger flooding events above 1.5 meters, and hopefully stopping the more minor events, i.e. under 1.5 meters, impacting on Mill Lane to ensure that the time that Little Paxton Bridge is unusable is kept to a minimum. The river currently floods at circa 1.1 due to erosion of two parts of the main riverbank. For example, during the recent flooding back on the 20th of November, Mill Lane would have flooded by early evening, but with some experimental work, it remained open until 1:30 the following morning, with the river peaking at 1.655 and then normalizing. The recovery, which would have taken a number of days, recovered far quicker and opened again by traffic in the morning of the 30th. The normal recovery time for this is partly due to the extended issues that the common makes, but also erosion of the bank along the main river bank adjacent to the sluice. If regulated, this ceases to be if regulated, this ceases to be an issue and can drain over an extended period of time, allowing the common to return to normal without impacting on Mill Lane itself. Thank you very much.
Tim, thank you again. That's all really useful information, and thank you for all the work that you've been doing on it. I'll invite Nicola back if you want to answer those questions. And I'm not sure whether anyone from the Environment Agency wants to say anything in response to any of those as well, but if you do, please shout. But Nicola and Hilary, do you want to answer those?
Yeah, thank you. So just picking up on the first question from Richard Tomlinson, the comments are noted. The report does set out that whilst the recommendation is that the Mill Lane Little Paxton study does not represent best value for the council, there is an allocation of £100,000 for measures to support flood risk and improve recovery time for Mill Lane, and the allocation of £150,000 on the high level options appraisal study. Just to note that the £100,000 allocation for the short to medium term measures is detailed in the report in paragraphs 3.5 to 3.7, identifying some relatively small scale works, and these works are subject to further investigation, which is why it's split out into an initial £20,000 with further funding available if those investigations enable us to take forward that work. Just moving on to the next question, which was Councillor Malcolm Whale. So to note his comments, I don't think there was a question in there particularly for us to address, other than thank you for your comments, and those are certainly some important areas that we would consider in any options appraisal that might be undertaken. With regards to the questions from Robin Wyatt regarding the timescales and also the weight limit on the bridge, the report sets out that the study identified in the motion or an alternative options appraisal would commence in 2025-26. The detailed programme for the works will be subject to the outcomes of the options appraisal, and a high-level programme is included in paragraph 3.12 of the report, which outlines construction could be in 2028, 2029 at the earliest, subject to funding. That's in reference to works under the proposed motion. Clearly, for the short to medium term interventions, we'd be looking to deliver those at the earliest opportunity, but it's subject to the further investigations outlined in the report. The current restrictions for heavy commercial vehicles as part of the St Neots and Little Paxton zone allow access along any road or length of road in the zone under certain circumstances, such as under direction from a police officer, access, or in an emergency. The bridge is regularly surveyed and there are no structural issues with the bridge at present. And just to confirm, that is a visual inspection that happens every 2 years and an in-depth inspection every 6 years. The bridge has a load assessment rating for a 44-tonne vehicle. If there were to be the introduction of a full structural weight limit, and that is not currently in place at the moment, we'd need to consider the impact on buses, refuse vehicles, fire engines, and delivery lorries accessing the route. And finally, just to note the comments from Tim Wiley, thank you for the points that you've raised as well. I don't think there was a question in there to respond to.
Thank you, Nicola, and thank you for the response to that. Can I just follow up quickly myself? You mentioned there's surveys of Little Paxton Bridge every 2 and 6 years. Do you know when those were last completed? Just for the, if you
I don't know off the top of my head, but I can find out.
No problem. It would be good to understand, particularly when the last in-depth survey was completed. Right, members, unless I don't think anybody from the Environment Agency said the one to, I don't think there, but thank you very much for being here so far. So next I have members, and I've got Councillor Ferguson first.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a few short questions and also like to make separate comments in the debate, if I can, please. So my first question is about the estimate of 20 minutes additional journey time when Mill Lane is closed. What was that based upon? Is it based on the road conditions today or the road conditions during a flooding event when the road is closed?
That's a good question. I think just based on standard conditions.
So I'd just like to make the point that that is, I think, a significant underestimation of the disruption that is caused, because what happens when the bridge is closed or the road is closed is that you have traffic snarls up on both sides of the river, and large areas of both towns become impassable. And I would put the estimate of additional journey time closer to 40 minutes than 20 minutes as a regular user. So thank you for that. When we talk about best value in recommendation B, what effort was made to assess the social and economic value that is caused by the prolonged closure of Mill Lane several times a year?
I think in response to that question, that is something that we would need to consider in further detail in the options appraisal. The paper suggests considering not just the impact on Mill Lane, Little Paxton, but also two other key areas in a higher level study so that we can do a more detailed assessment and prioritisation across the three roads as set out in the paper.
And finally, could I just have confirmation that recommendation C is not dependent on recommendation B, and they're both independent, i.e. that the granting of £100,000 for additional support flood risk measures is not dependent on the vote that we take today about recommendation B?
The funding for recommendation B, as set out in the paper, linked back to the original motion. So that was funding allocated through the Digital and Change Reserve to the Bridge Maintenance Fund. There has been a separate allocation proposed through the Highways Maintenance Capital Programme, although the intent was probably that it was one or the other and not both.
Thank you very much, Nicola. I'm assuming, Councillor Ferguson, you want to save your other comments for a little bit later on. Okay. Just to say, I'm usually slightly more fluid in highways and transport and not necessarily segregating it into questions and debate. I'll let you come back later on if you want to, though. Councillor Hunt.
Thank you, Chair. I've been a county councillor for longer than I can almost remember. And almost for that length of time, there's been an issue with Mill Lane flooding. And it seems that it's just been going on and on and on and on. And I am aware of a few facts. And I'm aware, for example, that I get approached by people in the street and they say, what on earth are you doing over on that Mill Lane? It's flooding at Erith, it's flooding at Sutton Galt, and it must be hell for the people who live there. And I say, well, yes, but that's, and they say, and there's been over £30 million spent on Milton Road in Cambridge, and doesn't seem to make sense. And why are we messing about still with surveys and everything? Why aren't we getting on with the job? And the fact is that we are the highway authority. We are considering, we give the approval for some of these schemes, these expensive schemes, and then people who live in near or in Great Paxton are just, I read it in the paper all the time, they're inconvenienced every winter. And I think not only should we be doing the surveys now, but we should be doing it as a matter of some urgency. And I think we should really realise that we are the Highways Authority. We are the only people allowed to work on the roads, and we should do something to help these people who are so annoyed that they're rocked up here today. And I think we really ought to get a hold of this. That's my comment, and that's my feelings.
Thank you, Councillor Hunton. I'm really glad that the work we are doing today to be able to get on top of this. So thank you for your comments there. Next up, Councillor Criswell.
Thank you, Chairman. Mine's a comment, really not a question. And I have no wish to diminish the importance of Mill Lane, which I know is a serious problem. But I just wanted to support the inclusion of Erith Causeway within the paper. Had extensive conversations with officers over the years, and really pleased to see that now we're considering a longer term solution for Erith Causeway. So I welcome the options appraisal that's suggested. I think we've considered this many times over the years, and typically up until quite recently, road closures at Erith were 7 to 9 days per year, and it was seen as probably not worthy of a massive capital investment to solve that particular problem. It's not untypical now for each road closure to be 7 to 9 days, so the situation has changed quite radically. It's not just because it's in my division, because it's a river crossing, it attracts vehicles from far and wide, and the diversions are lengthy and also usually involve going around the east of St Ives, which is already a very congested area. So I welcome this work and hope some development can be proposed as a result of it, because we certainly need a longer term solution. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Criswell. Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, mine's not questions, it's comments. Thank you for the report, Nicola. I mean, look, like Councillor Ferguson just mentioned, I'm assuming that item C, in terms of the allocation of 100,000, because I'm not supportive of item B in terms of not that 250,000 being taken away after the motion through full council. So personally, I would like to take the three issue A, B, and C separately. I'm in support of A and C, but I'm not in support of B. But going on to what I was going to say, I found the paper very, very interesting, and I'd like to thank, is it Tim? I think, yeah, Tim Wiley from St Neots Flag, because the bits, some of the history in there was fascinating, and really, the sluice gate, if that is that apparently has been shut for 50 years, if that is sort of, that could be opened and that solves some of those issues, then that would be quite incredible. Because Lammas, obviously having lived in and around St Neots for 30 years prior to moving where I live now, Lammas Meadow has always flooded because of the ooze, and this has always that's been an issue. And Little Paxton, the bridge there. My first venture into local politics was when I stood for county council in 1988 for the Priory Park and Little Paxton ward or division. Didn't get in, but that was my first ever venture into local politics. So I know that bridge. I've known that bridge for such a long time. I'm in support of the paper. I'm disappointed we're taking money away from Little Paxton, because I think it, as Councillor Ferguson said, the effect on the town when it's shut is incredible. So it's something that has, all right, I know the chair will say it's gone on for a long time, and yes, previous administrations maybe have not done anything with it, but it does need, it's something we now need to do. So I'm in support of spending the money on Erith and is it Whittlesea, and also on in terms of the money going on to be spent on Mill Lane, although I would have preferred more. I would have preferred we kept to what the motion said. But thank you for the paper.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Before we go any further, I think Frank Jordan wants to make a quick clarification or something. Okay, I mean, I think we're kind of at the end of questions and people. I've got one more question to ask, but I'll let you go first.
Right, thank you, Chair. I just want to clarify the point that's been raised. So Nicola Young did clarify. So recommendation B and C are independent of each other because they're funded from different sources. But in terms of recommendation B, the reason why it's recommended by officers that it doesn't represent best value is for two reasons. First of all, the proposed allocation is from the digital and change reserve, so there's an opportunity cost because that reserve is required for the council to fund quite significant change right across the county council, notwithstanding what we're outlining in this report. The second thing, the essence of the report is that the 250k would produce a report, whereas what we're proposing in recommendation C is actual interventions that would start to reduce flood risk in Little Paxton, and there's no guarantee in producing that report that would lead to actually funding for any bridge or any associated infrastructure. I think the final thing we'd highlight is that the other reason why recommendation B is not represented best value, because it's referenced in the report, we do need to see what the Environment Agency do produce by the way of the Great Ouse strategic intervention study, because there may be more strategic interventions that are made through that report and through what the Environment Agency might be proposing that would have more significant bearing on reducing flood risk in this area. So that's just gives some further clarification as to what sits behind the recommendations. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Frank. Councillor Dupre.
Thank you, Chair. I want to support all the recommendations in this paper today. I'm very pleased to see that after what Councillor Hunt confirms is a very long period during which this has dragged on and nothing has happened, that we are now moving to action and that £100,000 will be spent on actual interventions to address the issues at Mill Lane. But I'm also very pleased to see that we are looking at £150,000 to consider not only Mill Lane but also Erith and Whittlesea. I know that Whittlesea is a significant issue, and I know also that Erith is as well, because the traffic to which Councillor Criswell alluded earlier comes from his division across that causeway into my division and vice versa. And there was some work done some years ago to raise that road to try to reduce the length of time each year in which it was flooded. That appears to have been successful in part, but the changes to weather patterns and all the rest of it is galloping away with us, not just at that particular causeway across the Ouse Washes, but also at Sutton Galt, which is increasingly flooded as well, and of course Welney. And I think that is, Welney's in Norfolk, but still affects many residents in East Cambridgeshire. I think that this is certainly something that ought to concern us. So I'm pleased to see this happening, because those are key routes that connect significant parts of Cambridgeshire across those washes. And I think it's significant not only for this authority as the Highways Authority, but also for the combined authority, given the economic importance of maintaining that connectivity. So I'm really, really pleased to see some work going into that. And I think that this is an excellent use of money, not just for further studies, but also for active intervention on Mill Lane.
Thank you, Councillor Dupre. Before we go any further, I haven't got anyone else actually with their hands up. I'm assuming Councillor Ferguson does want to come at the end, but I was going to ask a couple of questions myself. Firstly, Nicola and perhaps Frank, are you able to outline, I think it's mentioned in the report that the cost of raising the bridge, actually the construction cost of it would be around, is it 30 million? Have I got that correct as a kind of ballpark figure?
We don't have a ballpark figure at the moment because that will come out of the study, but it does reference similar projects that have been undertaken in recent years. So the report draws on examples of the King's Dyke project, which was 33.5 million, and the Ely bypass, which also included some bridge structures at 49 million pounds.
Okay, and just to follow up on that, I know we've approved our capital programme today, which was 59 million pounds. I'm assuming the council does not have a spare that much money kind of sitting aside for this thing. So would you be able to talk about where that would come from and confirm what we would have to do in the way of funding sources?
Yeah, that's fine. So yeah, as far as I know, we don't have a big pot of money, unfortunately, for delivering the projects. So projects such as this will go through a number of phases of development. So we're talking really about the early options appraisal. There's then a number of sort of business case phases that we would need to go through. So outline business case into a full business case, which would consider in more detail value for money, for the procurement opportunities, and also the funding sources. There are a number of routes that we would potentially need to seek funding through. That might be through the combined authority, through the DFT, through other funding sources. Equally, and it's not something I think we would be exploring at the moment, but there is the option for potential borrowing. But clearly, of a project of significant scale as this, we would be seeking potential funding routes through development of the scheme.
Thank you, Nicola. And just for comparison, you mentioned obviously King's Dyke. How long, do you know off the top of your head roughly how long that took from kind of initial options appraisal to construction?
Testing me now. Yeah, it certainly had been on the sort of strategic plan for a number of years before delivery. I can't remember exactly when it started, but it was in the early 2010s, I want to say, and has been delivered and is currently in the defects period, as you know, so opened in 2023.
Thanks, Nicola. So about 10 years-ish plus. Thank you for that. That's really interesting. And I do thank you for those answers. It really kind of puts it into context as to how long that sort of thing would take. Sorry, what was that? Yeah. Oh, okay, sorry. Let me finish what I was saying first. I was also really interested by what we heard about the level of flooding of 1.5 meters and being able to keep that below there, and Tim Wiley's work. I don't know if anybody here does know the answer to how much we are able to keep flooding under that level, but if the Flood Action Group does believe that we are able to keep it below 1.5 meters. Okay, I'll let you talk a bit to that later on, Stephen. I'll leave it there then. I will not say any more. Councillor Hay, I believe, wants to come in.
Thank you, Chair. I'm really pleased to see that Erith and Whittlesea is included in this option appraisal. I am concerned whether 50,000 on each of the option appraisals is going to be enough, considering on the original motion we were asking for 250,000 for the option appraisal for Mill Lane. Is this going to water down the findings of any appraisal study?
Nicola,
Yeah, thank you. So as you've identified, clearly the original motion for £250,000 would allow a more in-depth report than the alternative proposal for the three sites. This is set out in the report. So the alternative proposal covering those three flood affected routes would be a higher level study than that had been proposed under the motion for Mill Lane, Little Paxton, but would consider looking at the historic flood data, considerations and potential options to help us with prioritising future schemes based on frequency and impact of flooding, deliverability, and also funding opportunities.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Well, my question is very closely related to that. If we do see and spend £50,000 on Mill Lane, does that then mean that we only have to spend £200,000 if it is confirmed that we need to do something more and a further options appraisal study is required? And my second question is probably for the Environment Agency folk. The report that they're producing is due by the end of this month, which is literally only a few weeks away. Do they have any preliminary results from that report that might help us out here?
I'll pick up the first part if you can pick up the second part. So in terms of if we were to spend £50,000 on the first study, would we need to spend £200,000 to develop it further? It partly depends on how the specification for the options appraisal is pulled together. It's likely to be sort of one options appraisal covering the three sites, and then depending on the outcomes of that and then what we need to do to further develop it, we'll be able to refine the costs of delivering the next, essentially the next stage, so the next more developed detail. It's difficult to give a precise figure at the moment.
Well, can we give a ballpark figure? I'm just thinking, we know that we need to do something at Mill Lane, and what we don't want to do is to be wasting taxpayers' money if we can avoid it.
I think it's a fair assumption to say if we spend £50,000 on developing the initial higher level options appraisal to take that into more detail and further develop options and costing, the additional 200,000 would be a reasonable assessment, subject to further refinement of costs and development of specification.
I think the more broad point there to ask, if it's okay with you, Councillor Wilson, is the money spent on the initial options appraisal would not be wasted money, right? It would be fed in to any future work.
Absolutely, yeah. So the first step in the process, so each step will further develop what we've done in the stage before.
Brilliant. And I don't know whether either Hilary or Catherine or Eloise want to chip in on the second question, which was about the study.
Shall I take that one? Thank you. I think Councillor Winson was referring to the GOSIS Catchment Understanding Report. Can I just check that that's correct? That the paper refers to as being able to be shared around the end of March. So that is still ongoing work. The Catchment Understanding Report is a baseline environmental and flood risk report. And the later stages, the phases of the GOSIS study will then look at flood risk interventions that can be applied at a catchment scale to hopefully reduce some of the flood risk that we are seeing in pockets around Mill Lane and Erith as well.
Thank you very much. Can I just come back on that again then, just to question, so the Environment Agency is looking at interventions that would help reduce the levels of flooding at this area. Is that, Catherine, just to say what you're saying there?
Yeah, that's right. The GOSIS study is looking across the Great River Ouse catchment. So at the moment, we're doing this environmental baseline reporting. We're doing a lot of channel surveys across the catchment. We're putting together a lot of the environmental and flood risk information. So that gives us a baseline. We then build into that several scenarios around the growth we're expecting across the catchment and the likely flood risk in terms of climate changes. And then what we'll do is look at the catchment as a whole and look at what flood risk interventions we can put in hotspots, which will in theory reduce the flood risk across the catchment. What's really important is to think about this quite strategically. You know, we've already talked about focusing on one area. It could then have flood risk issues for several other areas. So we want to look at it holistically and strategically across the catchment. We're looking at the sort of end of March, but later into the spring for the Catchment Understanding Report to be shared with councillors.
Thank you. And I don't want to push you too much on the results of that, but from what I understand you're saying there, we do think that we hopefully will be reducing the risk of flooding due to that work at Little Paxton. Can I say that's where we think we're going?
Don't put me on record, but obviously it is a catchment wide. We are working really closely with the council and the highways in terms of Little Paxton, in terms of Erith, in terms of Whittlesea as well. They're all quite distinct issues, but we obviously emphasise and feel the frustration of residents and communities that are having those road closures due to flood incidents that are becoming increasingly more frequent. So Little Paxton and Erith will be part of the wider catchment look. We don't know where the interventions are going to be at the moment. Obviously, they need to be economically viable and decrease the flood risk for communities. So we will be looking at it across the whole catchment.
Thank you so much. That is really incredibly helpful to hear. And thank you for the work that you're doing on that. Do I have Councillor Ferguson? I think you're on my list. Is now the time for you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for saving me to for last. So I just wanted to address the comparison between Mill Lane and Little Paxton and the King's Dyke crossing, which when I was chair of the County Council, I had the pleasure of cutting the ribbon on. That's a significant new crossing over a railway. What we're talking about at Little Paxton probably is the elevation of perhaps 150 metres of road. And so comparing the cost of a project which costs 30 million with, I think, possibly a relatively small intervention, it could be, I don't think it's particularly useful. And I think unless we spend this money, we'll never know how much it will cost. So I wanted to make that point to start with. I want to thank Mr. Wiley for his work. I thoroughly support recommendation C. I got to observe this firsthand when Mr. Wiley dragged me out of my bed at 11:30 at night to pull on some wellies and dive into some water-filled meadows, which is difficult to explain to my wife while I was leaving the bed at that time at night. But I've seen that firsthand, and I thoroughly support what he's trying to do. And I think that those offer a significant hope of a partial solution to this problem, but not a complete solution. So I've mentioned before, I think that when this report, which I think is a good report, but it significantly underplays the economic and social disruption that occur in both Little Paxton and St Neots every single time this road is closed. And when we talk about best value, I'm not sure how we can talk about that in regards to investment. Together, St Neots and Little Paxton are home to more than 37,500 residents. And if it'd been around, Councillor Giles would have told you that St Neots is the biggest town in the county. Yeah, and so we're not, and so without wanting to diminish Erith Causeway or Whittlesea, we're talking about a major road crossing in the middle of the biggest town in the county. So when we talk about economic value, that has to be taken into account. Now, my inbox will tell you that the consequences of this are enormous. I have literally hundreds of carers who cannot physically meet the people who they support, working parents who can't get their children to school for weeks at a time, and on a specific case of an on-call firefighter who couldn't attend his shifts because of the extra journey times between Little Paxton and St Neots, which to all intensive purposes are the same town. And I think storeholders in both towns will talk about demonstrable economic damage to businesses in both towns when the bridge is closed. It's not just a minor inconvenience. The whole of Little Paxton, the whole of St Neots will snarl up every single time. Both Little Paxton and St Neots have been and continue to be amongst the fastest growing settlements in the east of England, with large new housing developments currently under construction on both sides of the river. I wanted to say that the flooding this road is undoubtedly becoming more frequent. So Mr. Wiley talked about the road closes when it goes over 1.1 metres. Those are relatively minor flooding incidents for which maybe the road will be shut for a day or two. In the past 12 years, for which we have river data level, the river never exceeded 1.5 metres before the winter of 2020. And 1.5 metres is a serious flooding event in which the river is basically flowing over the road. In Christmas 2020, the river reached 1.85 metres and the road was shut for more than a week. Then in January 2024, the river reached 1.83 metres and a large section of the road surface failed and was washed away. County Council did a great work in repairing that road and putting new service back in place within a couple of weeks, I think. But then September 2024, the river reached 2 metres and that new road surface was washed away again, leading to further long-term closures. So we repaired the road, and then in November, just a couple of months later, the river exceeded 1.5 metres again. The road was shut. Thankfully, the majority of the carriageway repairs survived this time, but a small section of the apron failed again and washed down the river. And so we can undoubtedly say that this is happening more frequently. So having had zero serious flooding events in the 8 years before 2020, we've had 4 since then. And the chances of that happening, if you do the stats on it using a Poisson ratio, which is nothing to do with fish, are about 1 in 50, which means there's a 98% chance that these extreme flooding events happen not by chance alone, but because of some external causal factor, which is probably climate change or perhaps changes to the river flow geometry. So we talk a lot about climate change and how we can be resilient to it. But what we have here is an example writ large of a significant piece of infrastructure failing at the heart of Cambridgeshire's biggest town. And when we talk about economic growth, well, St Neots and Little Paxton have definitely contributed a massive amount to the economic well-being of this county. And I think the money that we're suggesting here, £250,000, which we're asking for here, would allow us to solve this problem once and for all, at least understand the problem once and for all. And so I will not be supporting recommendation B. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Do I have anybody else? No. Okay. In that case, then I think we need to move to a vote on this one. So can I see, so we are asked to note the measures already being undertaken by the County Council and its partners in relation to flooding. B, agree that it would not represent best value for the council to spend up to 250,000 on options appraisal study for Mill Lane, Little Paxton at this time. And C, note that an additional allocation of £100,000 for measures to support flood risk and improve recovery times for Little Mill Lane, and an allocation of 150,000 on a high-level options appraisal study for 3 key flood-affected roads are included in the proposed highways and maintenance capital programme. So can I see those in favour, please?
Are we not taking these separately, Chair?
Can we take them separately? Okay, yes, we can take them separately. So those in favour of Part A? Okay, that's unanimous. Those in favour of Part B? Okay, those abstaining? Okay, 2 abstain, 3 abstaining. Those against? Okay, so let's do, sorry, those, yep, against. No, B. So those against B was 3, okay. So that one, I believe, is still carried. You're against B. Okay, so those against B, hands up against B. Oh, we had got people changing them. Okay, fine. Right, we're still carried on that one. And C, those in favour of C. Okay, I think that's unanimous again, all in favour of C. So that is all carried. Thank you very much. Okay, right. Thank you, everybody. We then come on to item 10, which is a report on the active travel hierarchy. And it will be presented by our Highways Records Manager and Finish Map Manager, Dan Ashman. Dan, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. This report follows the update that was presented to committee in December regarding the development of the active travel hierarchy. The purpose of the hierarchy is to identify the most important active travel routes across the county so that highway maintenance activities can be better targeted to where they are most needed to support users. The hierarchy has three components: walking and wheeling hierarchy, a cycling hierarchy, and public rights of way. Since the December update, the hierarchy rankings have been updated to account for feedback received to the public consultation that took place last summer. Appendices 1 to 4 of the report outline the responses that we received to the consultation and the steps taken to update the hierarchy. The most prominent themes we picked up from the responses were related to the safety of routes, concerns about the surface condition, and the desire to see speedy repair of defects. We also identified a recurring theme across the responses about safe access for children and families. In response to this concern, we've adjusted the hierarchy rankings of all routes within a 400-metre radius of school sites to ensure that no route in these locations is ranked below 4 out of 6 in the walking and wheeling hierarchy, or 3 out of 4 for cycling. And we are also exploring the possibility of broadening this to cover a wider spectrum of routes to school, and we're working with the Education Service to help develop and refine this. And there is a delegation recommended in the report, which will allow changes to be made to the hierarchy to accommodate these updates. In terms of reactive maintenance, we will be commencing a trial maintenance period from the 1st of April, which will be funded by £250,000 from existing budgets. For the purpose of the trial, highways ranked in the highest 2 categories of both the walking and wheeling and cycling hierarchies will be inspected at a minimum frequency of once every 3 months, meaning an additional 425 kilometres of routes that are currently inspected annually will be inspected quarterly. We're also taking measures to enable highway officers to better prioritise their responses to surface defects on highly ranked active travel routes. Regarding proactive maintenance, the rankings from the hierarchies have been inserted into the prioritisation matrix for the capital maintenance programme. These rankings have been double weighted to ensure that key active travel routes are appropriately prioritised when future prioritisation exercises take place. Turning to what happens next, a draft public rights of way hierarchy is currently under development by officers. An engagement activity with key stakeholders will take place during the spring. At the same time, a more comprehensive review of reactive maintenance standards for active travel routes will be undertaken. These will seek to be responsive to key concerns picked up during the public consultation. It is intended to present the outcome of both pieces of work to the committee in October. This report recommends the approval of the finalised walking and wheeling and cycling hierarchies. These are outlined in paragraph 3.3 of the report and shown in the maps at appendices 6 to 13. And the other recommendations are for the committee to note the assessment of the feedback that was received during the consultation that took place last summer, to note the statement of methodology for updating the hierarchy rankings, to approve the blanket approach for ranking highways within a 400-metre radius of schools, to approve the trial of recommended reactive maintenance interventions, and to delegate authority to the Executive Director of Place and Sustainability in consultation with the Chair and Vice Chair to make future alterations to the hierarchy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dan. We don't have any questions on that. So do I have any members? I've got Councillor Goodliffe first.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, I'm very pleased to see ranking increased for those areas near schools. It's particularly important for our children and young people to be safe. However, 400 metres isn't the entirety of most school journeys. Whilst on this, I'd like to also thank the schools, parents, and particularly children who work really hard to ensure safe routes and the use of routes around their schools, particularly encouraging the disuse of cars and safer parking. I welcome this hierarchy of maintenance and hope that some of the areas and routes which I've mentioned repeatedly over the years, which are now top ranked in this list, will actually finally be mentioned. I shan't be parochial and mention Cherry Hinton Road at all. However, what this doesn't cover are the areas of roads that don't have any cycle route or pedestrian safe route around them. And I'd urge that hand in hand with this ranking and looking at the routes that we do have, we also make sure that we are looking at where there are no safe or indeed no routes for active travel, and make sure that we're spending some of that 59, not billion, but million on those areas where we have no alternative but to use a car. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Goodliff. And yes, obviously our DTSA paper earlier had a lot of the LC whip style routes and adding those in, but that is slightly separate. This is maintenance. Still have anybody else? Hunt.
Thank you, Chair. So I've just got a question I really want to ask. Will what you propose have any effect on the essential workers who come in from the villages? Will it make it more difficult or inconvenience for people who live in my patch, come in to do caring work, cleaning hospitals, cleaning schools? They work on shifts, they work in different locations. Is anything that you're suggesting here going to make their important jobs more difficult to access?
I don't think anything in the policy will make access more difficult. The idea of the hierarchy is to promote improvements to active travel through enhanced maintenance activities. So it should, in theory, make journeys easier for all people using the highway. The hierarchy itself doesn't actually propose any specific schemes. It will be integrated into the capital maintenance prioritisation, and the determination will be made there as to how those schemes may affect access.
So it's possible, but you're not sure, is that right?
No, I think it's unlikely.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hunt, can you turn your microphone off? You left it on before. I did just want to say this is about maintenance, about how we do maintenance. Oh, do you want to turn the microphone on? Okay, that's fine. Okay, let's move on though. Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of points. I welcome the part about the proximity to schools and 400 metres, and I take Councillor Goodliff's point that maybe 400 at times is not enough. However, so that's the point I do agree with. I see this as a thin hedge of the end of the wedge, shall we say, 3.1 and 3.4 in terms of using this. If I quote 3.4, hierarchy ratings within the prioritisation process for the capital maintenance programme. So I see this as penalising the car user. I think we had a paper where we put in more money into capital maintenance and into highways maintenance. I see this actually watering it down. So I will be voting against it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sharp. I do mention what you just said there, though. You said about car maintenance. Our maintenance is obviously about all users, regardless of things, and we do not just want to focus on the car, as you are saying there. We need to make sure that we maintain our roads for all users, regardless of whether they are walking, cycling, wheeling, or driving, or public transport. And I think that is incredibly important, that for too long, our network has looked at road maintenance in terms of cars, and we need to equalise that and ensure that we are thinking of all users, walking, cycling, wheeling, cars, public transport, the whole lot. So I think that's really important. But anyway, Councillor Shaler.
Thank you very much, Chair. And in D, I'm also going to question. In fact, in deference to Councillor Hunt, I have to question any kind of a blanket approach. But imagine, for instance, within 400 metres of a school, there is a cul-de-sac that has nothing to do with travel to school, for instance. And I wonder if we could make the emphasis on the national database of the available walking routes to school, and so pay more attention to those routes that actually do serve schools, if you like. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. And Dan, do you want to just explain quickly? I think there's been a bit of misunderstanding here that obviously this does map routes to schools as well. It's not just around the school, but do you want to give us some basis on the routes for schools?
Yes, thank you. So obviously the hierarchy is a county-wide measure, so it takes into account all routes across all highways across the county. So many of the routes that are typically used for access to school will have been ranked more highly in the hierarchy according to the fact that they're also routes to other destinations. So key arterial routes through communities that access to a school site will also access other locations. So they are likely to be ranked higher in any case. Like I said earlier, I'm working with the education team to see how we can broaden that, but it's a case of having the data available to integrate it. So that's something I will look to use in the coming 6 months to improve that data and use the delegation to update the hierarchy.
Thank you very much, Dan. And I'm hoping Bryony, as chair of CYP, might be able to hook you up with all of that data as well for those routes to schools. Bryony, do you want to say so?
I can certainly help with that. Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Next, Councillor Daunton.
Yes, thank you. I'll continue with the theme of schools, and I'm very pleased to see 2 entries on here, which are in my division, one which specifically mentions schools in Great Wilbraham, and also another one which actually doesn't specifically mention schools, but which will make a great difference for people walking and cycling to school from between the Wilbrahams. So thank you for that. I just want to draw a connection between the paper on the last paper on footpaths and this one, and if under the delivery of the active travel schemes, we will be adding to the active travel hierarchy. We will be adding footpaths, we hope. So will that looking ahead, will there be sufficient maintenance budget to make sure that those footpaths, cycling paths that we're adding to the active travel hierarchy are maintained properly?
Yes, that's the intention, and it will be considered when we're developing the paper that's going to be coming in, I think it's October.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, just picking up Councillor Sharp's point in your response to him, it's really important to remember that properly maintaining the road network isn't just private cars, it's also about buses as well. Thank you.
Yep, totally agree. Do I have anybody else? I don't think I do. Okay, can I take it by affirmation that we pass this? Oh no, Councillor Sharp, you said you wanted to vote against. Okay, can I see those in favour of this? Those in favour? Okay, those abstaining? Okay, Councillor Criswell and Councillor Hay. Those against? Councillor Sharp, Councillor King and Councillor Hunt. Okay, I think that's still passed. Thank you very much for that. Right, thank you, Dan. Really appreciate it. Item 11 on the report is our International Road Assessment Programme. It will be presented by our Road Safety Manager, Simon Bergen. Simon, thank you for hanging around so long. We are getting through these now, but over to you.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, members of the Highways and Transport Committee. The International Road Assessment Programme, or IRAP for short, has been completed for all of the County Council's A roads, the largest study of its kind in the UK. The detailed study has scored our A road network from 1 star being poor to 5 star being good, and in terms of likely injury outcome in the event of a collision. It examines the likelihood of injury in 4 distinct user categories, those being car occupants, motorcyclists, pedestrians and cyclists. The study completes this in 100-metre lengths so that engineers and designers can use the tool to better understand the potential treatments that could be used to increase the star rating and thus reduce risk. It will also be valuable when considering future developments and how they interact with the existing network and what changes could be made and funded via potentially Section 106, etc., to make those changes. The IRAP programme, called VIDA, is a computer modelling tool that officers will use when considering what treatments to use on different sections. It not only assesses the likely benefit in terms of reducing harm, but also the cost of treatment and real cost benefits to society as a whole. As an example, if you were to take a 2.2 mile stretch of typical A road with a national speed limit, then a raised rib lining or vibra lines, as they're also called, could cost £43,500 to install. The likelihood of a collision on that road without such of an intervention would be quite high. So the actual cost-benefit ratio would be 5.3. The other alternative on that road might be to say, well, we could remove all of the vegetation on the passenger side of that road and thus reduce the risk of people hitting self-seeded trees and other such hedgerows, etc. The cost of that would be £170,000, but the likelihood of vehicle striking those is very low. Therefore, the cost-benefit ratio would be 1.1. So that, in essence, is a very broad presentation of what IRAP does.
Thank you, Simon. Do you want to turn off your microphone for a second? And it looks like the lights are trying to tell us it's time to go home and that we've been going on for too long. But also, I recognise this is a really important paper. So, members, do I have any questions or comments for this paper? Councillor Hunt.
Thank you, Chair. You may be aware that my particular division has incorporates the roads, the A10, the A1123, the A1421, and the A142, and then they link all those villages together. I got re-elected to this council in 2023, having had 2 years as a non-member. And immediately, almost, I tried to get the A1421, which is a particularly dangerous road, either downgraded or improvements made. And all the time I've been worried about the phrase kicked into the long grass or kicked down the road. And I have to say that we've now reached the end of the 2 years I was elected for, and we've still got suggestions which we don't have any timeline to. And it's really quite distressing. And I think I would like very much to accelerate the IRAP scheme, which is a good scheme, to know exactly what was going to happen and when it was going to happen. And I believe that we've got a very active, particularly in Haddenham, we're very active parish council. We're working, and I'm working with senior officers here to get speed limits in those villages, and they all link in together. And I just think that we must do something to have a date when the reports sort of in the future and phrases like that are really not very helpful, and not very helpful to the residents who I represent. So I believe, and we have a common goal in reducing the traffic and reducing the speed and getting the heavy goods vehicles to go on the relatively new roads. I mean, this road in Haddenham is something like 1,000 years old. Henry the Wait came to fight William the Conqueror up that road, and they were not designed to have a connection to a house. So you've got the vehicles going maybe a metre outside the front door. Please, can we officers say that they will put dates on this work? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Do I have any other members? Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the report, Simon. I've had a number over the recent weeks, had a number of chats with Simon about a particular junction in my division, and he kept saying to me, "Oh, we got the IRAP report; it's going to come out," and so thank you for the report. I must admit, I can't honestly say I've read all 130 pages of it in minute detail, but I want to try and understand it at some stage. So I don't know how other members feel, but I'm certainly going to try and take offline, try and understand some of the implications and how it works going forward, because I feel that's what's partly missing from the report, but I understand why, because we've got this report, but I'm trying to understand how we productively and constructively use it going forward. Just touching on the A1, and I don't mean that as a criticism of Simon. I mean, thank. And the other thing I want to thank, and I'll mention this publicly as well, is thank you for. I know it's not on the main report, but on the summary reports, changing it so I could actually. I've got colour blindness on certain colours, and when it came to the spokes meeting, I was struggling. I'll be honest, but thank you for tweaking those colours for me. And other members may suffer from it. Apparently 10% of men suffer from it. Women don't, apparently. So, yeah, anyway. But yeah, going back to the A1421, my only comment on it is, agreeing with Councillor Hunt, is that there's on recommendation, I'm trying to find it now, but there's, I know what it says, but there's no timeline there. I would welcome some sort of, I know it says come back to committee, but it didn't actually say a time. I think we need, not just on this one, but I think on anything, when we say it's going to come back to a committee, then we should try and put a date on it so people can measure against that. But broadly welcome the paper, but as I say, I think I personally would like to understand it more. I may be the only one, but it's a good first start, I think.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Councillor Dupre.
Thank you, Chair. This road is clearly not in my division, but it is used by a huge number of residents who live in my division, or huge numbers of people coming to my division. So I and many of my residents know it very well indeed, and are at the moment using it more than usual by some significant margin because of the current closure of Chain Causeway between Sutton and Erith Bridge, causing the A1421 and the A1123 to be used as a diversion route. I was looking forward to this report after so much fanfare, and interested to see what it contained. And I found it very informative, but I'm not sure how useful I find it. And the reasons for that are, I think that in a sense, this is a process that's answering a kind of a different question to the one that was being asked. The A1421 is an interesting road. It has several different sections with several very different aspects to it. Starting north and going south, the first one is Witcham Toll Junction, which is extremely dangerous, and the heavy volume of traffic it's currently experiencing means that it's more dangerous than usual, and that there are regular near misses. Particularly people turning right out of the 1421 onto the 142. And that's a problem. There is then a stretch of road which I would regard as being no different to most other stretches of rural road in Cambridgeshire. Quite long, somewhat winding, a few sparsely scattered farms, and that's about it, until you get to the beginning of the built-up section of Haddenham, where you have a curve in the road, a rise in the road, a junction, two junctions, I think, a facility on the left-hand side for getting your tyres changed, and a development of housing, which I'll come to in a moment. What you then get after that, going southwards, is you get occasional stretches of pavement both sides on a very narrow road, and then you get alternating pavements, which means that if you want to walk safely along a very narrow road, which many people will, because they will be from those homes in the north part of the village, they will be travelling southwards to go to the centre of the village, to schools, to the Arkansas Centre, and to other amenities. And not having a continuous pavement is a real problem. And there are houses there that you open your door and you're on the road, literally on the road. There is nothing. And that doesn't feel very good either. And then, of course, you're moving up to the village centre on that narrowest part of the road. The development on the left-hand side as you go south, which was the Anson packaging factory, is is recently permitted, still being built out. And I looked back because I was interested over the planning permission for this. And it was said in the papers for that planning consent that the pedestrian route was not ideal. Well, that puts it mildly, I think, but had exciting uncontrolled pedestrian crossing points. I think it meant exiting, but I think it's exciting in quite the wrong way. It is not good at all for people coming out of that by that development by vehicle, or people coming out of that on foot or by bicycle seeking to access the amenities of the centre of Hadnam. The highways report from from officers of this authority to the planning authority said that all of that was a planning matter and about the access to village amenities, and very much left it up to the district council's planning function. The parish at that time asked for additional crossings on Station Road and a TRO, and that was refused. The need to cross the road twice was raised during consideration of that development, but was not regarded as an issue. And indeed, it was reported that there was safe and convenient access to the highways network, something I profoundly dispute. I'm very surprised that under Councillor Hunt's chairmanship of the planning committee, the planning authority, and it didn't go to committee, which surprises me also, that this was approved, because I think that development is going to contribute hugely to the risks facing children and adults walking or cycling to get into Hadnam. I'm not sure.
Chair, I just a clarification, if I may. I was certainly not the chairman of the planning committee, because it wasn't even heard by the planning committee. It was an officer decision.
I think that's what Councillor Dupre
and that
said,
was my point.
Councillor Hunt.
That was my point.
You didn't make it clear to me, but
I made it very clear.
Phone off.
I made it very clear to those following what I was saying. I'm not sure that the IRAP actually answers any of those questions. Things like sort of the rumbly side edge strips and things like that are probably, and metre wide hatching is relating to a section of the road that I don't think is the real problem. I think the real problem starts at the new development and works its way north to the centre of south, the centre of Hadnam. So I'm not really sure how much further forward the IRAP recommendations take us. The parish council has been working very hard on its traffic issues and is one of the more coordinated and organised parish councils. But I don't think its issues, and I think these are its issues, which are how do people get safely through the village from where they live to the amenities they need to get to. I don't think that's really answered by the IRAP report, because very little in there actually explains how that's going to happen. And it's all about other parts of the road much further north, it seems to me, where that's less relevant. So really my question is, how are we going to use this information to support the community better? And I see in 4.7 of the report that officers will feed the data, which was interesting because it gave costs and benefit cost ratios and all of that and scores. That table on page 334 was very interesting, and it gives us data. And it says, the 4.7 says officers will feed this data through, which will inform the capital programme to enable targeted measures that will bring real benefits. What I'm anxious about is that we don't end up in a situation where we are putting rumbly strips and metre-wide hatchings on that large, sparsely populated section of the road and not actually dealing with the children, the lives of the community, which I think is actually at the heart of what the parish council has been asking for. So what I'm very keen to see is that work is done in consultation with the parish council and with local residents about what matters to them, rather than what scores well in IRAP. And, you know, I think I really hope that we can resolve this, because I'm very worried that we all have at least one problem road in our division. And if everybody brought their one problem road to this committee time upon time upon time again, the whole workings of our council's highways function would completely gum up. I don't want that to happen, and I hope that we can resolve this by officers having sensible conversations with the parish council about securing a solution or several solutions that will help people in that community live their lives safely. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dupre. Lots to digest there, and I kind of want to follow on from what you said, but I'm going to not abuse my position and say it's Councillor King was in there before me.
Thank you, Chair. Simon, thank you very much for this report. I mean, for me, it's not hugely relevant because the division I represent has very few A roads in it. They're all B roads or unclassified. So is there any further thought about doing some more work which would include those B roads and unclassified roads? Thank you.
There was a question in there, Councillor King, right?
Yeah, Councillor King, thank you. Not at this time. The cost of this programme alone for the A Road project was considerable, and I think it's now how we prioritise using the IRAP as part of a solution. Because the one thing I think it is important to understand with the IRAP programme and how it actually operates is this is not a silver bullet to answer all of our questions around risk and our roads, because we do awful lot more analysis with our roads, not just via the IRAP program, which is a fantastic tool for us going forward, but also things like collision analysis. We're also investing in new software to look at how vehicles are moving around at various locations where we have got collision hotspots. So that's to do with harsh braking, harsh steering, lateral acceleration, deacceleration. So this is only, the IRAP report is only one part of the problem. So it will give us an actual measurement for which we can judge a particular section of road, 100-metre stretch, which is what it's broken down into, to look at what measures we can bring in from an IRAP perspective. But that's got to be balanced against the needs of what the collision rates are also telling us. So the IRAP may well say, as it indeed does with the 1421, that it's a one-star road, which is the highest risk because it's a national speed limit. So what do you, the question then comes, well, if you look at that compared with the 1123, the A142, the A10, all of our A roads are in national speed limit areas, with the exception of the brand new 1307, which runs from the Swavesey Junction down to Bar Hill and beyond into Cambridge. All of our A roads are one star, but that doesn't necessarily follow that there isn't risk. Because if you look at the brand new section 1307, which the IRAP scores very highly because of the latest technology, it's all very safe, according to IRAP. However, we have had 2 fatalities on that road in the last 18 months and 1 serious injury collision. So it actually tips it further up the scale. So it's not, the IRAP is not a silver bullet and one size fits all. It's how we use this going forward in an engineering basis, because that's what this is really useful for, and how it assists us to prioritise spending, but it doesn't answer the question as where we actually spend it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Simon, for clarifying that.
Do I have anybody else coming to the end? Oh, Councillor Daunton.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very sorry I had to go out for a short while to speak to someone. Thank you for the paper, Simon, and I think you made a good point just now that, you know, the IRAP doesn't answer all the questions. And I think obviously it's very complex, very complicated paper, but there is a general point, and I wondered, you know, how much can be put out and passed on to parish councils and residents about road hierarchy and cluster sites and collisions and the whole area of road safety, and how you go about monitoring that and managing it and measuring it, because I think there's quite a lot of confusion, and in a way that comes out of the complex system, which is the IRAP.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Daunton. The going forward from here, we will be looking at the collision modelling that we do, as well as the new Compass software, which is the software I just talked about with regards to harsh braking and steering, and that will give us some hotspots. And then what we'll be looking to do is to bring members in to have a look at that and actually have a day with the experts that produce this, so you can understand exactly how it works. Because it took me a little bit of time to understand how it scores, because it uses a mixture of AI as well as human view and driver behaviour view on how it produces its scores. So there will be something coming forward in the near future where we will gather everybody and we will have a presentation on exactly how the IRAP has worked and how it will help us going forward with the other information that we have available. So it'll become a lot clearer.
Claire, do you want to follow up with one? A little bit there.
Follow that up very quickly, because I think it's also really valuable and important when parishes are putting in LHI bids, because we all know that we all think our own roads are very, very dangerous. But when you come to measure them and put them through this test, then we have to accept that there is a hierarchy of danger. And I think that explanation is important.
Thank you, Claire. Right, I think we're coming to the end here. So I'm going to make a few comments myself. Firstly, thank you so much for doing this, Simon, and the rest of all of the team. I think I have very mixed views about this IRAP stuff. I think when we first said that we were doing it, I really hoped it would give us a really clear way of prioritizing road safety. It hasn't quite done that in the same way. It hasn't done what I thought it was going to do, but it has been really useful in other ways, which is kind of interesting. What I think is really interesting is when we talk about roads, I think roads have different effects on people. And so there is the environmental impact of having a lot of traffic going past your house. And there is no doubt that that is detrimental to people's lives, to feel like you are, walking out into the road and having that there. There is then also the feeling of safety. And that often gets confused with actual safety, that we have a lot of places where people feel unsafe, but actually when you run the numbers, they're not technically unsafe. There's a feeling of unsafety. And then we have real road safety. And that is, the number of people being hurt on different areas. And I think a lot of those often get confused together. And that makes things really complicated when we start to consider where we should be doing interventions and how we should be prioritizing and how we should be spending our money. Because the logical people in us all say we should be doing actual safety, but actually a lot of us from our own areas, it ends up being feeling of safety is where we get a lot of concerns from residents. And feeling and actual safety do intersect an awful lot, but they're not necessarily exactly the same. When you first presented this report actually into chair, vice chair on this one, we only saw the star ratings of this. And when I looked at that, I was really curious because the star ratings actually often don't overlay with our cluster site list. So we see things like Cambridge City actually looks pretty good from a star rating compared to other areas. And yet, if you look at the cluster site list, it features very highly on the cluster site list as to where people are actually being hurt. So that raises some really interesting questions. Where I was really grateful, though, is the data in this, that where we actually have, actual benefit cost analysis of various things, that threw out some really interesting things that I'd never thought of before. Things like the lining, and it comes back to Councillor Daunton all the time with her lining and saying how important it is. Actually, in this, the IRAP is demonstrating that lining is incredibly important, and for benefit cost analysis is one of the best things that we can be doing. I can see Councillor Daunton smiling there because she's been saying it for so long, and she has. So I think this report is great and terrible in the same time, that it's actually unleashed a ton more questions with me about what we do. I was hoping it was going to give answers. It has actually unleashed more questions to me. And I think we probably need to circle back to this one again and consider it with our cluster site list. But the bit that I have taken away from this that I think is really, really useful is that BCR. And actually a real clear demonstration there of some road safety interventions that we can do, which are often not the ones that people are calling for, but that can lead to really tangible benefits for not huge amounts of money. And I think we need to be looking at that and analysing it some more. I'm not necessarily sure it's going to come up with the answers a lot of people wanted. I think it's going to say we should be reducing our 60 mile an hour down to 50 miles an hour. I think it will be saying that we should be doing much more white lining. rather than big major schemes that a lot of people are calling for. But I think we need to circle back to this and look again. Thank you very much for the work. There is some really interesting data in this, and I think we probably need to be doing a lot more analysis on that. I was going to wrap up. Councillor King, do you have a very brief point that you want to make? Because
I very much agree with that suggestion. And I think if we can bring together these different sources of information that Simon alluded to earlier back to this committee at some point, that'd be really good. Thank you.
yeah, very happy to do that. Okay, right. And there, can I take it by affirmation that we're passing this, or do people want to go to a vote? Nope. Councillor Hunt, you want to go to a vote? Okay, those in favour of the recommendations. Is that a hand up, Councillor Hunt, or not? It's down. Okay, fine. Your pen was up, but your hand was down. Okay, so those in favour, I think, is everyone other than Councillor Hunt. Councillor Hunt, are you abstaining or against? Against. Okay, fine. Councillor Hunt is against. Everyone else is in favour. Thank you. Right, we are technically scheduled for a day for a break. However, we only have the FMR and the forward agenda plan. I'm very much hoping. Is everyone okay if we just plough on and we can get through the FMR and done rather than taking a break? Okay. In that case, then we have the finance monitoring report presented by the Director of Place Sustainability, Frank Jordan, with Senior Finance Business Partner Becky Bartram. And Becky, I think this is your first time.
Yes.
Sarah Hayward
Yes.
has left us. Thank you to Sarah for all the work that she's done. Frank, though, over to you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So I'm just going to highlight 3 points from the paper that's been included in the bundle there. So the first thing in relation to revenue budget, first I'll just highlight on page 454 of the actual pack. It outlines 2 divisions that relate to housing transport. So you've got infrastructure project delivery and transport and connectivity. I just wanted to clarify where we shows overspending on infrastructure and project delivery. That's because energy projects are now being managed by that division. It doesn't relate to housing transport. So for this committee, there's actually an underspend on revenue for housing transport matters. That's largely due to income above budget in relation to street works and housing development management. So for street works, the income above budget is 576,000. And for housing development management, the income above budget is now projected to be 1.7 million. So it's quite significant income that's been secured there. The second key area is outlined on page 455, which relates to capital. So the particular issue there is that there is what's outlined as a pressure on capital budgeting. The main reason for that is for quite a number of years, there's been what's called a capital variation budget, which has been set at £30 million, and that's been basically put in place as a buffer should there be any capital slippage. However, this year, particularly given the improvements that we've made around forecasting and profiling and removing things like optimism bias and risk allocations, the capital programme has improved quite significantly in terms of delivery. So, for example, on the capital maintenance and improvement budget for this year, for 24-25, we're currently projecting to spend 90% of that budget. What that does lead is sort of a technical issue that we won't be meeting that full slippage amount of 30 million. It'll be much less than that, which is highlights the pressure. I think what I would highlight, that's a financing issue, but what it does reflect is improved performance in relation to capital delivery. And then the final thing I wanted to highlight, which is on page 470, you've got the savings tracker for savings that were identified in the budget for 24-25. What we particularly would want to highlight is that all of those are addressed either in terms of delivery or have been addressed in terms of resetting the budget for 25-26. So there'll be no issues that will transmit into the next financial year as a result of that. So that was the 3 main areas I wanted to cover for members' attention, but happy to take any questions, as is Becky, who's on Zoom. So thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Members, do I have any questions? Oh, okay, Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. 2 questions. One just prompted by what Frank has just said. I'll come to that in a minute. Page 465, and it's line A, it's in the middle there, safety schemes, and it's partly touching on what we've just been discussing about the IRAP report. I'm presuming that the forecast outturn variance will be carried forward as a capital. One would expect that. And it's partly, I think this budget personally is so important because it's partly what I've mentioned before, that this wraps up a lot of the schemes that I see that fall between the LHI schemes and the bigger schemes. And so I do feel this is very important that that is carried forward. So I'm looking forward to seeing that coming to us. And the other point, from what Frank has just said, is the capital variation. I'm guessing, I'm almost answering my own question, but is that a combination where we've obviously over-programmed, because you always get slippage, so you do deliberately over-program. Is it a combination of we've delivered better than we possibly thought, and also is there, and it's difficult to answer this, I know it may be, is there cost implications coming in there? Are we still hitting the costs rising, or have they slowed down a bit? It's a general question, I know. It's unfair to answer it.
No, I think I understand the question, and maybe Becky may want to add. So the first point around the slippage on the safety schemes, which is on page 465, that will be rolled forward in terms of funding into 25-26. But as you've outlined, certainly myself as the executive director, I want to be really clear that we have got the ability to spend this on top of the budget that's allocated for next year, given the importance of those schemes. So the second issue around what you're outlining with the capital variation budget, for quite a number of years, there's been quite significant underperformance on capital. So notwithstanding what had been set in terms of budgets across all directorates of the council, what had been outlined is that there'd been lack of confidence, I suppose, in terms of delivering what was set in capital programmes. Now, if you were to fully finance a full capital programme based on what was set at the beginning of the year, that would potentially lead to a point where the council is increasing its level of debt financing at a cost to the revenue budget at a higher level than is actually required. So that's why the capital variation budget was created. I think the issue this year is for place and sustainability, that we've got a much clearer handle on the profiling of those schemes and the delivery, and we've obviously been able to improve the delivery, but it doesn't mean that we're spending more on capital projects. We're still getting value for money from those projects. What that will lead to is, when it comes to setting budgets for 25-26, we'll set a more realistic capital variation budget based on what we've learned from this year in terms of performance. Becky, do you have anything you'd want to add in relation to that?
So yeah, I think Frank has mostly covered it. The capital variations budget is set centrally by corporate finance, and it's based on historic information of delivery of the capital programme against its budget. So we will look to amend that to a lower percentage for next year if place and sustainability delivers above that capital variations budget. Corporately, I suppose if we deliver more of the programme than we had budgeted to with that variations budget in place, there will be an impact on debt charges over and above what we had budgeted. But from a service delivery perspective, it's really positive. The service is delivering its capital programme in line with the profile that it set out.
Thank you very much. Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair. I wonder if one of you, and by the way, welcome to Cambridgeshire County Council, Becky. We haven't met before, but I hope you enjoy your time with us. Just a question on this item, which is at the top of page 464, Wisbech Town Centre Access Study. I have no idea what those figures relate to.
I think the officer are going to take that away and get back to you on that one, Simon. You are looking at very long finance tables, so we'll get a response back to you on that.
I think that's the get out of jail free card.
It is.
But no, that would be fine, Frank or Becky, if you could get back to me with that. Thank you.
Anybody, anything else? No. Okay. Well, we've reviewed and commented on the report, so I think that was done. The final one is the committee's agenda plan. Are there any updates to the agenda plan from officers? Nope. Comments from members? Nope. Okay. Yes, Councillor King.
I just say there was one thing we agreed to put on the future agenda plan that arose earlier in the meeting.
Yes, we will take that away and discuss it during spokes because that's the process for
That's
it.
the
so-
process, I know, but
But
no
yes, I
harm
will
in me.
ask that that is added to the spokes agenda so that it can be discussed, putting that onto the meeting. That's fine. Okay, in that case then, well, I don't know who of you I will see or whether I will even be here seeing any of you at the next Highways and Transport Committee meeting. I do just want to say thank you again to everyone. I hope that, you know, those running are successful and get to come back here again. And thank you very much from Neil and I. It has been a great honour chairing this committee for the last 3 years. And thank you again for all of the support that you've given us and all the great interventions that we have had over the years. I'm sure somebody can put together a highlights clip of highways and transport over the last 4 years. I'll leave that to Sarah and our comms team at the back. But thank you very much, everyone. Have a great rest of the day and hopefully see you all soon.
Thank you, Chair.